Chapter 3057. A Battle of Life and Death. Now that there are more enemies and Grandma Wendao has disappeared, the imperial court doesn't know what to do. The third princess sat up. Although she had just escaped, her aura did not diminish. She had the demeanor of a god emperor. At the mention of Grandma Wendao, everyone shook their heads helplessly. Grandma Wendao had always been the mastermind of the imperial court. Now that she had disappeared, they felt the strength of the enemy even more. Everyone could not help but look at Lin Ling. To them, Lin Ling had become the mastermind of the imperial court. His return would definitely illuminate Qingzhou. Master! The third princess looked at Lin Ling with anticipation. She was also waiting for Lin Ling's solution. Get ready! Lin Ling didn't say much and turned to leave the cave. His words made everyone suspicious. Get ready? What did he mean? To the great Azure God dynasty. Lin Ling finally stopped at the entrance of the cave and said to everyone calmly, Lord Lin Ling, are we going to fight the Azure Emperor head-on? Someone asked in fear. Currently, the Azure Emperor had countless experts on his side. There were even some hidden experts. Normally, if the imperial court did not make a move, they would not make a move. They would not make a move before they ascertained the situation. However, Lin Ling had chosen to go to the great Azure God dynasty. Obviously, he was not going there for tea. He was definitely going to overturn the great Azure God dynasty. The enemy is in the dark. We can't guard against them. Since that's the case, let's force them out. No matter who the Empress Dowager and the Azure Emperor have invited, it's useless. This is what I said. Lin Ling said and disappeared from the cave. At this moment, anger rose in his heart. When Xing Shiyun had arrived previously, Emperor Qing had also promised not to interfere in the matters of Qing province. However, not only had he interfered now, he had even attacked Grandma Wendao. This had thoroughly infuriated Lin Ling. Second brother, I've been waiting for you to say that for a long time. Sakura also revealed a smile, a very cold smile. Attacking his master was something he could not tolerate. Then, he followed closely behind Lin Ling. Ling, are you finally going to make your move? Patriarch Extreme Flame was extremely excited. Although Lin Ling was not a match for Emperor Qing back then, he believed in his grandson. Pass down the order. All those above the World King realm are to follow Lin Ling. Lord Eighth and the others pondered for a moment before speaking. Evil Flame Sect is in charge of guarding the Flame World Fragment. Sect Master, rest assured, we will protect the Fire Ancient Clan well. The disciples of the Evil Flame Sect spoke one after another. All right, there will be a tough battle when we go to the Great Azure God Dynasty this time. However, the Flame World Fragment is our backup. If we are not careful, everyone in the Imperial Court will retreat and follow Lin Ling. The third princess also stood up excitedly. She did not expect Lin Ling to make such a choice after his return. In fact, she had been waiting for this choice for a long time. However, she did not have enough confidence. Only with Lin Ling around did she have the confidence. No need. Everyone move out. We will only win this time, so there is no need for backup. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's ethereal voice spread throughout the cave, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. No need for backup? At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with fighting spirit. Next, everyone in the Flame World Fragment left and went to Qing State. As for the Imperial Court of Qing State, all the experts moved out and headed to the Great Azure God Dynasty. This change caused Qing State to be in turmoil. Whether it was the martial artists of Qing State or the martial artists of the 10,000 Worlds, they were all in high spirits. They did not expect Sakura to say that after eating and drinking, they would kill their way to your home. What he said was true. As for the Imperial Court's movement, the other three magnates were also on high alert. They were all hiding in the Great Azure God Dynasty, so no one knew what they were thinking. However, on the surface, the Imperial Court was clearly at a disadvantage. Because other than facing the three magnates, they also had to face the Azure Emperor, the Empress Dowager, and even the unknown experts in the rumors. Could the Imperial Court win? Countless people were waiting for the good news. Run, run quickly, the Imperial Court's people are coming. At this moment, in the huge five-ring city, many people were running wildly, their faces filled with panic. And these people were also martial artists of the great Azure God dynasty. We can't escape. Behind them, a large number of experts were chasing after them. They were from the Imperial dynasty. Wait, I am not a martial artist of the great Azure God dynasty. Someone knelt down. Those who are not important, scram. Behind them, a thunderous voice came. An elder rode on a qilin and looked at the entire five-ring city. He was Huangfu Dao of the martial god camp. The 6 camps, as the vanguard, had already opened a path. 6 camps, are you rebelling? These people are all the Azure Emperor's people and the 3 magnates' people. You dare to kill them? Roar! Someone roared. He, the current Azure Emperor is the 3rd princess. Kill. Kill. Sound the horn, kill them all. At the back, more and more flags appeared. The 6 camps had all arrived and were attacking the great Azure God dynasty. Sound the horn, kill them all. Kill. Sound the horn, kill them all. Kill. Sound the horn, kill them all. Kill. His voice shook the entire Qingzhou. The 6 camps killed mercilessly, they could be said to be unscrupulous. They opened a path domineeringly like they were sweeping 1,000 troops. Those unimportant martial artists' faces changed. They did not expect that Lin Ling's so-called killing to be the signal for a decisive battle. This was also the decisive battle between the imperial court and the Azure Emperor. A decisive battle of life and death. And this was Lin Ling's first choice upon his return. It had to be said that this choice was straightforward and unimaginable. There was no compromise. The 6 camps swept past, and the road to the great Azure God dynasty was vast. No one dared to stop them. After the 6 camps, a large number of experts appeared. 8th Noble Lord, Sunset Glory, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword, Tang Yue, and other experts represented half of the sky of Qingzhou. They moved forward in a mighty manner. So scary they're all moving out. Looks like they're really going to kill. Lin Ling, are you going to illuminate Qingzhou and decide the ruler of Qingzhou? In a distant place, people's hearts were roaring, but also surging to the extreme. In the past, when the Azure Emperor ascended to the throne, he was also so heroic, shocking the world. However, after he became the Azure Emperor, he was unwilling to give up the ancient power and dominated the throne. And now, Lin Ling was also walking in the footsteps of the old Azure Emperor. Won't you get lost? I'll kill you until you get lost. Lin Ling, get out here. Go! As they got closer and closer to the great Azure God dynasty, a tall and sturdy general appeared. This person was at the 7th level of the martial immortal realm, and was also an ambitious person in the army of Blue Flame, one of the 4 giants. You are not qualified to see Lin Ling. Chapter 3058. The Great Battle Against the Empress Dowager. Another expert has arrived? Everyone was greatly shocked. What kind of supreme being was this? Lin Ling, I'm back. In the sky, a queen-like sexy beauty appeared. She was gorgeously dressed, and her femininity was extremely alluring. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled. I'm finally back. That woman was Queen Qianji. Back then, Lin Ling had crippled the sovereign marquis and handed him over to the Queen of Qianji. The Queen of Qianji must have brought the sovereign marquis back to her tribe and killed him as a token of respect for her ancestors. At that time, Lin Ling did not disturb the Queen of Qianji. He knew that the Queen of Qianji needed some peace and quiet, but Lin Ling believed that Queen Qianji would come back. And now, that was indeed the case. A bunch of traitors dare to be arrogant? Since the entire army is mobilized today, you can stay here forever. After a moment of silence, the great Azure God dynasty finally mobilized many strong practitioners. They were all people from the 3 magnates of the past. One of them wore a jade crown and looked wise and mighty. He held the Azure the Archdivine sword in his hand as if he was the leader of the army. Eldest heir, the world's hearts? Over at Lin Ling's side, 3rd princess let out a cry of surprise. The eldest crown prince, who was also the crown prince, had always been well hidden in Qingzhou. No one knew where he was except for the third princess. The eldest crown prince had always been following the Emperor Qing. Moreover, he was also the son of the Empress Dowager, and the Empress Dowager was also the bitch who wanted to kill the third princess's mother. Kill! However, Lin Ling's voice also floated out from beside the third princess. Kill! On Lin Ling's side, all the powerhouses moved out, following closely behind the 6 camps. The third princess is the noble Emperor Qing, but she disrespected the former emperor. This violated the rules left by the gods. Therefore, kill these rebels, capture the third princess alive, and seize Lin Ling's head. The crown prince's eyes turned cold. He did not fear Lin Ling at all. Instead, he swung his sword. The experts of the 3 magnates moved out one after another. The experts from both sides clashed in the Azure province. The sound was deafening, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. At this moment, every corner of Qing province was filled with killing intent, battle intent, and the sound of charging horns. For their own masters, they had spilled their blood. Third princess, are you stupid? Without Grandma Wendao, do you think that Lin Ling alone can help you? The crown prince floated in the sky and pointed his sword at the third princess. His lips curled into a cold smile. After the great Azure Divine Dynasty, there were still too many experts. A mere Lin Ling did not even need the Azure Emperor to make a move. Speaking of Grandma Wendao. But at this moment, a roar sounded in vain. Give me back my master! A gigantic white bone giant appeared. With a single step, it was as if it could cross countless cities. It had bone armor in one hand and a halberd in the other. Swoosh! Blood rained down from the sky. The 3 magnates were all killed by the war god halberd. So strong. The people who were watching from afar were all shocked. This white bone giant was too ferocious. The white bone giant did not seem to be moving fast, but it had already appeared in front of the crown prince. Its terrifying fist punched out and broke the sky. The crown prince's eyes were trembling. He did not expect the newcomer to be so strong. Was this Lin Ling? No, it was Sakura. Boom. By the time he reacted, his entire body had been blasted to pieces. The leader of the 3 magnates, the leader of the army, was killed so easily. This unforeseen event shocked Qing province. Sakura! Someone shouted in fear. They did not expect Sakura to become so strong. You know it too late. The white bone giant let out a cracking sound as it waved its halberd. Any magnates were killed. One should know that in the Dragon Tungfang, Sakura was a genius who could fight against a first-realm half-saint. With the addition of the Tantric sect's simple mountain ancient tree, his strength had increased by several times. There were only a few people in Qing province who could stop him. You killed my son. At this time, the great Azure Divine Dynasty finally emitted a royal aura. It was the royal aura of a sovereign descending to the world, the Emperor Ancestor aura of the myriad worlds. A beautiful woman in her 40s rushed out like a dragon. The Empress Dowager had arrived. Obviously, the Empress Dowager did not expect Sakura to become so strong. One should know that she had a good plan. When the Crown Prince could not defeat Lin Ling, she took the initiative to suppress Lin Ling, pacify Qing province, and seize the Azure Divine Emperor's throne. However, her estimation was wrong. Lin Ling did not even make a move and the Crown Prince was killed in battle. You destroyed my rainforest sacred ground. Old woman, today we will fight to the death. The white bone giant looked at the beautiful woman in the sky and waved the halberd in its hand. The Empress Dowager roared. The Azure Divine Sword left behind by the Crown Prince turned into a stream of light and fell into her hand. This sword originally belonged to the 99th Crown Prince. After the 99th Crown Prince died, the Crown Prince finally obtained it. It was an ancestral divine sword of the Azure Divine Sword. Rumble! The halberd and Azure Divine Sword clashed. A terrifying storm swept through Qing province, shattering the entire Qing province. Countless buildings tumbled in the sky like straw, with many warriors among them. Sakura, how did you become so strong? With the Azure Divine Sword in hand, the Empress Dowager's expression changed drastically. She sensed a terrifying power erupting from Sakura's body. Bitch, your good days are over. Today, not even God can save you. That's what my second brother said. Sakura let out a roar. The giant that was a few hundred meters tall grew even taller. His head reached the sky and his feet stepped on the ground. The desolate physique's talent was completely unleashed. Rumble. The halberd struck out and with a clang, the azure divine sword in the Empress Dowager's hand broke. Her expression changed drastically. Empress Dowager, we are here to help you. At this moment, a voice drifted out. The Zhongling Academy's dean arrived while stepping on rolling clouds. Dream on. Linling, we are here to help you. However, the people from Resplendent Academy also arrived from afar. Dean Qin Tefeng clashed with the Zhongling Academy's dean. Empress Dowager, we are here to help you. Sakura, how dare you offend your superiors? How should you be punished? However, among the three magnates, even more ancient heroes appeared and made their moves against Sakura. Upon seeing this, the third princess's expression changed slightly. She was planning to help Sakura, but at this moment, Lin Ling stopped her. He said indifferently, "My brother is not that weak." Just as he said this, the white bone giant began to transform. It turned into a three-headed, six-armed giant. Its bones were crystalline like jade, as though it was not afraid of any attacks. Rumble. The huge halberd was thousands of miles long. With a swing of the halberd, all the experts were reduced to ashes. Blood flowed like a river. This made the Empress Dowager's expression change drastically. Fear rose in her heart. Chapter 3059. Emperor Qing, you're old. Plop. Affected by the terrifying aura of the halberd, the Empress Dowager's legs went soft and she sat on the ground as if she had lost the ability to resist. This made everyone gasp. The Empress Dowager, one of the giants in the past, was actually so weak today. However, when the halberd was about to hit the Empress Dowager, a figure suddenly appeared. It was an old woman who was close to 50 years old. Her face was cold and she was like a giant standing in front of the Empress Dowager. This made Indra's halberd stop instantly. Because this person was Grandma Wendao. Evil disciple, how dare you? Grandma Wendao let out a furious roar. Disciple doesn't dare. Indra knelt down in the air. His bones also made cracking sounds and his body continued to tremble. Not good, the current Grandma Wendao isn't the old Grandma Wendao, but Indra respects her the most, so he doesn't dare to make a move. If this goes on, he'll be in danger. The third princess brought Lord Eighth and the other strong practitioners and rushed towards Sakura, wanting to help him. However, it was obviously too late. In the sky, a giant sword that cut through Qingzhou ruthlessly slashed towards Indra. This made Indra's white bone face turn solemn. Not good, Emperor Qing is attacking. The third princess and the others' faces changed drastically, knowing that Indra wouldn't be able to escape. However, at this moment, the bone shield in Indra's hand blocked towards the sky. Rumble. Suddenly, an even more terrifying storm broke out. The power of lightning, flames, wind and frost swept across Qingzhou. Heavens, Indra blocked Emperor Qing's attack. All the martial artists in Qingzhou were shocked when they saw this scene. Only to see Sakura's white bone arm raised up high, and the bone shield actually blocked the huge sword in the sky. Of course, the white bones all over Sakura's body also cracked, but this didn't stop Qingzhou from being shocked. Because when Emperor Qing attacked, no one in Qingzhou could block it. This was an unchanging truth. Your strength has increased, but you still can't block my second attack. In the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, the ancient voice was like a brilliant heavenly power that entered everyone's ears. At the same time, the giant sword that was comparable to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty hung high and slashed down heavily as if it was the Emperor's order. Evil disciple, how dare you? At the same time, Grandma Wendao also reprimanded Indra. This made Indra's heart was confused. He must block it. However, he must listen to Grandma Wendao. Although he knew that Grandma Wendao was no longer his old master, based on his character, a teacher for a day was a father for life. I won't block. Indra. He was such a person. Ha, you're a real man. In the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, A hearty laugh suddenly sounded, and the real Azure Emperor Divine Sword in the sky slashed through the sky. Indra. Indra to Indras. Indra Indra was Indra was to Indra to Indra? To Indra to night. Indrang. True to heaven to fight. To fight to fight to first realm to him to block to twos to first. This Lord Linling. Master. At this moment, everyone in the imperial court looked behind them. They couldn't block that sword, so they could only look to Linling. Linling, the rest is up to Linling. The entire Qingzhou looked into the distance. They knew that Linling should be making his move. Lord Linling, the genius who went to the martial god barracks with us in the past, made Qingzhou respect him. However, can he fight against the Emperor Indra today? Falling flowers, flowing water, and the other geniuses clenched their fists and looked at the sky behind them. Their eyes were filled with adoration. However, the blue-robed youth in the sky behind them closed his eyes and didn't do anything. On the contrary, the Emperor Indra's Indra sword was getting closer and closer to Indra. However, at this moment, Linling disappeared. Demonic aura surged in the sky as if an expert from the era of the gods had arrived. The headless old man appeared, his clothes fluttering in the wind as he fought against the gods. A sword seemed to have slashed out from the sky. It was extremely dazzling. Everyone finally saw a blue-robed figure in the sky like a shooting star. He held a giant sword and shot towards the Emperor Indra's sword in the sky. Clang. As if the most pleasant sound in the world was heard, the two swords collided. Linling had made his move. The two swords, one big and one small, collided in the sky. It was as if the old Emperor Indra was colliding with the new Emperor Indra. All the battles in Qingzhou stopped. Everyone was afraid that they had seen something wrong and didn't even dare to blink. Emperor Indra, you're old. Finally, Linling raised his head and said softly, Rumble. He slashed out with his sword. The giant azure, the arch-divine sword above his head started to crack. Then, under countless gazes, it completely shattered. This scene illuminated Qingzhou like a bright lamp. Linling said, Emperor Indra, you're old. Next, he broke the Emperor Indra sword. Swoosh. After the Emperor Indra sword shattered, Linling shot down from the sky and smashed into the ground like a meteorite. Rumble. The moment he landed, it was as if a ferocious beast had descended. The three magnates were all overturned. Even the weaker ones were killed. The last expert of the imperial court attacked. It was terrifying. Although everyone was looking forward to Linling's attack, they didn't expect him to be so destructive when he attacked. Sakra, who was still kneeling on the ground, smiled. He knew that Linling wasn't weaker than the Emperor Indra. He couldn't attack because of Grandma Wendao, but Linling could. Big brother, leave the rest to me. Linling looked at Grandma Wendao and said softly, Today, I'm here to destroy the Emperor Indra. Whoever helps me will die. This is what I, Linling, said. Looking at the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, Linling said softly. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty was silent. This ancient divine dynasty seemed to be hiding countless secrets. The Emperor Indra didn't appear immediately. Emperor Indra, come out. What's the use of hiding? I'm here today to get all of you out of the water. Linling said again. Linling, how dare you provoke the previous emperor? Among the three magnates, those who didn't die shouted angrily. Ants, you better shut up. Otherwise. Linling didn't even look at the experts around him. Otherwise what? Are you going to destroy the Great Azure Divine Dynasty? Many experts said. Although they were afraid of Linling's strength, they became more confident when they thought of the hidden experts in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Otherwise, you'll end up like the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Linling smiled and slashed out with his sword into the distance. Swoosh. That slash wasn't majestic. Instead, it was calm. It landed in the ancient imperial city. The imperial city was still mysterious as if it represented the Emperor Indra's pride that would never fall. Huh, otherwise what? Seeing this, the three magnates couldn't help but laugh. Linling was just putting on an act. Boom. Chapter 3060. Fighting the Azure the Arch. Rumble. The city walls cracked and the ground shook. The huge, circular Great Azure Divine Dynasty was like a biscuit that was split from the middle. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty was broken. Otherwise, what would happen? The Great Azure Divine Dynasty was an example. This kind of shock had reached the extreme. The entire Jianghu was silent. The people of the three magnates were all pale and did not dare to speak anymore. All eyes were on Lin Ling. Lin Ling's sword was also pointed at the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Azure the Arch, come out. Come out. The shattered Great Azure Divine Dynasty was silent. However, gradually, a man in a dragon robe floated up slowly. At this moment, all the martial artists in the Jianghu were breathing heavily. The Azure the Arch had finally come out. Lin Ling, you are very bold. If it wasn't for the sage, do you think you could have stopped me? Today, you actually dared to violate the rules of the Immortals. It seems that I will punish you on behalf of the Immortals. Come out. The Azure Thearch's face was calm and emotionless. However, his eyes were filled with confidence. Although Lin Ling was very powerful and was a rare genius, he was still a first heaven half-saint. He was also one of the strongest. It would have been fine if Lin Ling did not come. The Azure the Arch did not dare to provoke Lin Ling as he was afraid of the sage. However, since Lin Ling had taken the initiative to barge in, he had an excuse to kill Lin Ling. The half-saint realm is not something you can look up to. Come out. The Azure the Arch took a step and disappeared from the sky. When he reappeared, he was already above Lin Ling's head. A sword made of sovereign aura slashed down. This was the real Azure Thearch's sword. The Azure Thearch's sword that the Empress Dowager had used was actually just a clone of the sword. This sword was obviously an extremely powerful weapon. At the same time, the terrifying power of the realm essence accompanied by the power of the realm essence attacked with overwhelming force. With just one sword, everyone knew how powerful the Azure the Arch was. At this moment, the third princess and the rest were extremely nervous. Today's battle had reached its peak. Rumble. The sword slashed down at a slow speed. Although it seemed slow, it carried a mysterious melody. In an instant, it had already fallen on top of Lin Ling's head. Clang. At the same time, Lin Ling also drew his sword. His long hair danced wildly, and the aura of a headless elder pervaded the air. Moreover, it was even stronger than before. You're weaker than me in terms of cultivation level, and you're weaker than me in terms of cultivation level. I'm a half-saint. I don't understand why you're here to die. The Lotus the Arch seemed to be looking down on all living beings. The sword in his hand emitted a golden light that seemed to be able to make even gods and demons retreat. Rumble. That sword instantly increased its power, suppressing Lin Ling. Bang bang bang. The ground under Lin Ling's feet instantly cracked open, and the bricks and soil were sent flying into the air. The three magnates burst into laughter when they saw this scene. They laughed in high spirits. In their eyes, Lin Ling was definitely not a match for a first-layer half-step saint. Not even a little bit. Die, Lin Ling. Someone even let out a crazed shout. You're just a first-layer half-step saint. It doesn't mean you're a saint. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice suddenly floated out. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and slashed towards the sky. The terrifying desolate body instantly erupted. The realm-devouring beast, the dragon god, and the space-time divine steel shocked the world. The boundary energy of the four Danshians also merged at this moment. The boundary energy was so majestic that it had already surpassed the limits of a first-layer half-step saint. Clang. The Lotus Thearch's sword immediately lost its grip. His expression changed instantly. How could this be? Following that, another deafening sound rang out. The Lotus Thearch's sword was sent flying. The Lotus the Arch was also sent flying by the huge force. He crashed into the distant Great Azure God Dynasty, causing it to shatter. This unforeseen event no doubt caused everyone to fall silent again. A first-layer half-step saint didn't mean he was a saint. However, a half-step saint was the strongest divine power in Jianghu. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a god. Lin Ling, what martial arts did you use? Soon, the Lotus the Arch shot out from the ruins of the Great Azure God Dynasty. He was in a sorry state. However, Lin Ling didn't say a word. His blue robe fluttered as he shot towards the lotus the arch like a meteor. His four dantians merged again and suppressed the lotus the arch with a domineering aura. Clang. The lotus the arch resisted with all his strength. However, he couldn't use any of it. Lin Ling's boundary energy was too powerful. It made him feel as if he had been hit by a mountain. Rumble. He was once again slashed to the ground. If not for his lotus the arch divine sword being somewhat powerful, he would have been killed by the sword. Heavens, Lin Ling actually suppressed the lotus the arch. Lin Ling seems to be only a martial immortal. Could it be that even the lotus the arch can't stop Lin Ling? Seeing this terrifying scene, cries of alarm rang out from Jianghu. This result was completely different from what they had imagined. The Empress Dowager also stood there in a daze. She kept shaking her head as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her man, the strongest person in Jianghu, was actually suppressed by a rising star? Lotus the Arch, didn't you say that your cultivation is stronger? Didn't you say that your cultivation level is stronger? Now, why are you like a stray dog? Lin Ling's sword was like a violent storm. His battle intent filled the sky as he violently slashed at the Lotus the Arch divine sword. It was as if he wanted to cut the Lotus the Arch divine sword in half. The wind and waves caused by the collision of the two directly caused a storm to erupt in the shattered Jianghu. Why are you so strong? The Lotus the Arch was suppressed and roared in anger. No matter what he used, it was useless. Lin Ling's strength seemed indestructible. Pooh. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face gradually turned pale. In the past, Lin Ling wasn't his match. He relied on the saints to escape. However, after a short 3 years, Lin Ling returned and suppressed him with an attitude that made him look down on him. Lotus the Arch, I'm here to help you. However, at this moment, a billowing murderous aura surged into the sky from the great Azure Divine Dynasty. A flaming saber cut through the sky as if it had come from the void. After the saber appeared, the power of the gods was also released. In the void, there was no fire, and half the sky was set ablaze. The void was also set ablaze. From this, one could see how terrifying this saber was. Lotus the Arch, help me. The Lotus the Arch also let out an angry roar. His voice was like thunder, shocking everyone's heart. Lotus the Arch? The great emperor of Crimson State. No wonder the Lotus the Arch was so confident. It turned out that he had invited such a helper. Lin Ling, be careful. The third princess and the others immediately shouted. The two thearchs had made their move. The terrifying flaming saber hadn't even slashed down, but the entire Jianghu was set ablaze. Countless martial artists died in the flames. Ah, Lin Ling, you're still too inexperienced. The Lotus the Arch roared. Using the Lotus thearch's saber, he pounced on Lin Ling crazily. He wanted to see how a junior like Lin Ling was going to block two thearchs. The power of rank. Chapter 3061. Battling two emperors. I'm a second-tier half-saint. You think you're my match? In the sky, the Scarlet Emperor roared. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He wanted to avenge his two younger brothers. It's not like I haven't fought a second-tier half-saint before. Let me take you on. However, Lin Ling raised his head. The tyrannical song sword in his hand exuded a terrifying aura. At this moment, an illusion appeared around his body. It was the most ancient battle between the gods. That battle was known as the creation of the world, and it paved the way for the post-gods era. Countless people in the post-gods era looked up to it. After the appearance of those illusions, everyone felt the pressure increase greatly. Bang! Lin Ling stomped on the ground. The ground exploded as he slashed the sky with his sword. 30% of his cultivation level power gushed out crazily at this moment. One had to know that he hadn't used his cultivation level power before, but this was the demonic sword stage. The demonic sword released a demonic aura that filled the sky. A huge headless elder also appeared. Rumble! The sword and saber collided. The wind and clouds exploded, and the chaos in the universe also distorted. Clang! When the gigantic flaming blade in the sky collided with the demonic sword, It was instantly shattered by an unstoppable force. Furthermore, the demonic sword didn't stop there. It passed by the broken saber, and with a slash, it actually cut off the Scarlet Emperor's right arm. The cut was filled with demonic chi, and it seemed like his right arm would never be able to recover. Ah! In the sky, a painful cry rang out. The Scarlet Emperor held his arm and his eyes widened. The people on the ground also widened their eyes. When the Scarlet Emperor arrived, everyone thought that Lin Ling would definitely lose. Who knew that Lin Ling could fight 2 emperors alone and still not be at a disadvantage? This was too ferocious. Not good. At this moment, the Cyan Emperor was still pouncing toward Lin Ling. However, he forcibly stopped his speed. His face was instantly filled with fear. Fortunately, his reaction was fast. If he was even half a second slower, he would have been killed before he could even get close to Lin Ling. With the mysterious energy of the world essence and the power of his cultivation level, even a second-layer half-saint is no match for him? After stopping, the Lotus Emperor muttered to himself. Not only was there fear in his eyes, but there was also fear. Now, he finally knew how strong Lin Ling was. A half-saint at the initial stage of the half-saint stage was like an ant to Lin Ling. This made him feel very curious. Where had Lin Ling gone during these past 3 years? Why had he become strong to the point of not fearing half-saint realm experts? Azure Emperor, let's fight. At that moment, Lin Ling's gaze landed on the Azure the Arch. The latter's body trembled subconsciously as he retreated. Lin Ling, don't force me. The Cyan Emperor gritted his teeth and said. Today, the 2 emperors had fought Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had stirred up a mess. This made him feel too ashamed to face anyone. After that, he immediately formed a complicated seal with his hands. It was as if the song of the gods was being sung. Above the sky, a huge palace slowly floated down. It was like an imperial edict of the gods, accompanied by a long and drawn-out bell sound. This was the ancient power. Everyone looked at the ancient palace in the sky. It was as if they were looking at the palace of the gods in the era of the gods. They subconsciously knelt down. Some of the weaker ones even trembled and kowtowed continuously. The power of the ancient times was an unknown power that could make ordinary people prostrate themselves in worship and submit to it for eternity. On the ground, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the ancient palace that was slowly falling down from the sky. Swoosh! He slashed out with his sword. Clang! A deep sword mark immediately appeared on the surface of the ancient palace. However, the sword was still slightly weaker and could not stop the suppression of the ancient palace. On the contrary, the ancient palace emitted a clear stream that slowly healed the sword mark. Seeing this, Lin Ling frowned and slashed out with his sword again. Clang! Colorful and dazzling demonic swords shot out from all directions, killing gods and demons. Clang! 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 The ancient palace was made of unknown materials. Perhaps it had received the blessings of the gods. It was extremely sturdy. Even though a large number of sword marks appeared, it still did not break. This also made Lin Ling understand why Xing Xiun was in such a sorry state back then. This ancient palace was indeed terrifying. Ha! Let's see how proud you are now. The Cyan Emperor also shouted and used the ancient power. Lin Ling would definitely be crushed to death. In the distance, the Scarlet Emperor also laughed happily. However, Lin Ling ignored them and continued to slash out with his sword. This made the 2 emperor gods' expressions turn serious. From the power Lin Ling used to slash at the palace, Lin Ling was indeed powerful. If these swords slashed at Qingzhou, no one in Qingzhou would be able to stop them. The only outcome would be a great loss of life. Fortunately, a monstrous freak like Lin Ling was going to die here today. Kill him! The Scarlet Emperor shouted excitedly. The ancient palace in the sky was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ling still did not move. He did not escape nor did he panic. It was as though he was going to slash the ancient palace in half as he continued to slash out with his sword. The third princess and the others were screaming in their hearts, but they were also extremely worried. Rumble! At the same time, the ancient palace in the sky finally came down completely. Lin Ling was crushed by the ancient power, and it was as though he was definitely going to die. This scene caused all the Jianghu cultivators to fall silent. Previously, they were excited as though they had seen the end of a great show. Lin Ling was finally defeated. Even so, they were still shocked by Lin Ling's strength. This was because they had to mobilize 2 emperor gods and the ancient power to suppress Lin Ling. Without the ancient power, didn't this mean that Lin Ling could do whatever he wanted in Jianghu and Crimson Prefecture? Is he finally dead? The Scarlet Emperor and the Green Emperor stared at the huge palace on the ground. They seemed to be in disbelief. Perhaps Lin Ling had brought them too many miracles. They would not be at ease until they saw Lin Ling completely dead. However, at this moment, a weak sound was heard. Below the ancient palace, flames started to boil and a dragon roared. He's not dead yet? The Green Emperor was stunned for a moment. Then he shouted in horror. His heart was beating 1,000,000,000 times in an instant. He was frightened. He knew that if he did not see Lin Ling's corpse, Lin Ling might not be dead. Therefore, when he saw the changes in the ancient palace, he was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. At this moment, he did not realize that he, the high and mighty Jianghu Emperor God, was extremely afraid of Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling let out a fart, he was afraid that Lin Ling would use a killer move. It's fine. He can't break free from the ancient power. He must have been struggling before. In fact, the Scarlet Emperor was not any better. However, he still analyzed the situation. Hearing this, the Green Emperor nodded. It was a false alarm. The 2 of them instantly looked at each other. There was only bitterness in their eyes. 2 emperor gods were actually so afraid of a junior. If word got out, people would laugh their heads off. However, under the ancient power, the dragon's roar became louder and louder. Something is wrong. Chapter 3062. With Jianghu as the venomous insect. Martial Celestial, could it be that he can fight against the ancient power? The Scarlet Emperor's face turned paler. Seeing the 2 emperor gods' uneasiness, the Jianghu warriors could no longer remain calm. In fact, logically speaking, Lin Ling could not fight against the ancient power. However, from Lin Ling's analysis, anything was possible. That was because he was the legend of Jianghu. Boom. Almost as soon as the crowd had that thought, the huge palace soared into the sky and shot toward the firmament. Heavenly Dragon's protection, good karma increases with each passing day. Upon closer inspection, there was an arrow under the palace. It was an extremely sharp arrow. Upon closer inspection, it was not an arrow but an ancient dragon god. Heavens, he can really fight against the ancient power. As expected of Lord Lin Ling, as expected of Lord Lin Ling. Exclamations rang out one after another like waves. The falling flowers flowing water soared and the others danced with joy. Lord Lin Ling was too ferocious. Boom. The ground exploded again as a sword flew over like a deity. Very quickly, it arrived in the blink of an eye. The Azure Emperor could not react in time and his legs were cut off. Demonic aura surged from the cut and it was as if his broken legs could not be healed. Under countless gazes, a faintly discernible voice rang out. He held a bow in his left hand and a sword in his right. Bow. He has such a skill. The Scarlet Emperor opened his mouth and his body began to tremble. At that moment he actually wanted to run away. Lin Ling, why don't you listen to me? The Azure Emperor's legs were broken but he was a tough person. He ignored the pain and looked at Lin Ling in panic. Let's shake hands and make peace. I can see that your bow is indeed powerful but it can only be used once in a short period of time. As for the ancient power, you can only flip it. When the palace comes down again, you will definitely die. Hearing that, everyone raised their heads and realized that the ancient palace in the sky was falling down again. As expected, Lin Ling's previous arrow was only able to topple him. In fact, even Lin Ling knew this point. The ancient power was very strong. Even if he used all his strength, he could not break through it. He could only push it away. That's right. If you don't want to die, you'd better leave immediately. The Scarlet Emperor said malevolently. It's true that I can't block the ancient power, but before the palace suppresses you, I can kill you all. However, Lin Ling smiled and said coldly. With that said, the two Divine Lord's hearts trembled. Lin Ling's words were also very reasonable. The two of them were currently heavily injured and could not block Lin Ling's sword. Lin Ling could indeed kill them first. Lin Ling, this is a misunderstanding. Thinking of this, the Lotus Emperor shouted anxiously. Ha! Lin Ling laughed out loud as his gaze swept across the entire Qingzhou. According to the rules of the gods, the Qingzhou divine bell will ring and the Azure the Arch will step down. Can you do that? Is this a misunderstanding? As soon as he finished speaking, he viciously slashed out with his sword. The demonic sword was sparkling and bright as it cut off the Lotus Emperor's other arm. The third princess has become the Lotus Emperor. Did you hand over the ancient power? Is this a misunderstanding? Grandma Wendao, what happened? You must have something to do with it. Is this a misunderstanding? Lin Ling stepped forward, and with every step, the demonic sword slashed out. The second slash cut off the Lotus Emperor's other arm, and the third slash cut him in half. However, the Lotus Emperor was indeed the Lotus Emperor. A warm jade light appeared on his body, and he did not die immediately. Golden jade robe? Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and his cold smile deepened. I'd like to see how many slashes your golden jade robe can block. The golden jade robe was an extremely precious supreme weapon. It was said that it was made from the bones of the gods, and it was made from 490,000 broken bones. Its defense was extremely strong, and unless it was the power of the gods, ordinary attacks would not be able to break it. The power of the gods was the power of cultivation level. Therefore, Lin Ling's sword could also hurt the golden jade robe, but it would take some time. Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with me. Seeing the Lotus Emperor's miserable state, the Scarlet Emperor was already planning to leave. He even regretted coming to Qingzhou. If he could also use the ancient power in Crimson Prefecture, and it was even stronger than the Lotus Emperor's, then he would not be afraid of Lin Ling. However, he was too confident, and he left Crimson Prefecture. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Ling shouted coldly. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed down vertically. The Scarlet Emperor was a second-level half-saint. As long as he did not have the ancient power, he was nothing to Lin Ling. The sword pierced through the sky, and the demonic aura was extremely condensed. It directly cut the Scarlet Emperor in half. His eyes were fixed on the sword, as if he did not expect to die here. In the end, he did not even leave any last words. His left and right body fell to the ground. Lord Lin Ling, mighty. Seeing this scene, the imperial court people shouted excitedly. Lord Lin Ling, mighty. Moreover, in a distant place in Qingzhou, many voices could be heard. It was obvious that Lin Ling's battle with two emperors had completely moved everyone. In their opinion, Lin Ling was the Lotus Emperor of Qingzhou. It's your turn. Ignoring the voices around him, Lin Ling looked at the Lotus Emperor. The Lotus Emperor's expression changed drastically. He almost wanted to escape like the Scarlet Emperor and leave this place. However, he also knew that Lin Ling would not let him escape. Both sides were mortal enemies, and there was no possibility of compromise. Death Gu! However, just as Lin Ling was about to kill the Lotus Emperor, an old voice suddenly rang out. This voice made Lin Ling's expression change slightly. This was because he had been wary of the person behind the scenes from the beginning. Now, the mysterious person behind the scenes had finally appeared. He immediately focused all his attention. He knew that the other party was a strong opponent. It's useless. I've already used Qingzhou's Gu. This is the great Gu of Qingzhou. From the great Azure God dynasty's side, an ethereal voice suddenly rang out. A figure covered in white cloth slowly floated up. The moment he appeared, a power that did not seem to come from this world quietly spread out. No one could see the appearance of such a person clearly. They could only see that he was covered in dirty cloth. It was extremely strange. Using Qingzhou's Gu. Hearing that, Lin Ling's expression became even more serious. Not long ago, the third princess was poisoned by Gu because she came into contact with an ancient jade bottle. Therefore, Lin Ling guessed that as long as he did not come into contact with any mysterious items, he would not be poisoned. However, who knew that the other party was so powerful and imposing, using Qingzhou's goo? This meant that on the day that Lin Ling returned to Qingzhou, he had already entered the death goo. Kid, I don't know who you are, but you have a lot of treasures on you. Being able to defeat a second-layer half-saint with your cultivation of the sixth-layer martial immortal realm, you must have cultivated some kind of unknown cultivation technique that has greatly increased your realm essence. This cultivation technique is most likely the best cultivation technique in the universe. Moreover, your sword is from the era of deities. Most importantly, you have the dragon bones and have cultivated the 8 divine abilities of the dragon tribe. Chapter 3063. Qing Province's Doomsday. From now on you're mine. As his voice rang out, Qing Province began to change. The earth began to flip, and it actually appeared in the sky, while the sky went to the location of the earth. What happened? Everyone sensed the change and started to panic. Such a method was simply unheard of. One had to know that the 9 prefectures was the divine land. Unless one was a true saint, no one would be able to shake this land. After all, this was not the world around the universe. It was not a fragile world. Hee, how could an ant like you know the might of the age of gods? Everyone's panic made the mysterious man smile disdainfully. Next, the world began to turn upside down, spinning continuously. Everyone felt as if they were trapped in a bottle, unable to move at all. As the center of attention, Lin Ling also felt the world spinning. However, he also saw countless dead spirits floating out from the spinning world, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they pounced on him. It turned out that there were so many dead spirits hidden in the Azure Province. With my current strength, I can't fight against these dead spirits, Lin Ling said with a solemn expression. He had already used the calamity-vanquishing Sun Bao, and he wouldn't be able to use it again in the short term. The power of the scabbard was also slowly diminishing. In addition, he was already exhausted from fighting 2 emperors. That mysterious man's means are extraordinary, but his strength is definitely not strong, so he has been sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. What a vicious mind! Lin Ling said inwardly. He had a guess. Although that person was also at the half-saint realm, his physical body and realm essence were definitely not strong. On the contrary, his talent was not weak. He was proficient in death goo and could control everything. This meant that if he could break the Qing province goo, he could easily kill this person. However, Qingzhou had been overturned. It was easier said than done to get rid of the goo. Die. At this point, Lin Ling could only fight to the death. He constantly waved his barrier, wanting to block the attacks of the undead spirits. Unfortunately, there were too many undead spirits. When he helped the 3rd princess break the goo in the past, there was only one undead spirit. Lin Ling was completely focused on facing it. And now, there was more than one death goo. But even so, many undead spirits were still sealed by Lin Ling's enchantment, which made the mysterious man in the distance look cold. But when he thought of getting Lin Ling, he felt that everything was worth it. Let's see how long you can last. As long as the 10,000 spirits enter your body, even if you are a sage, you will die. Moreover, boy, you should feel lucky. Such a great venomous insect of the divine prefecture is usually used to deal with sage realm experts. You, a mere martial celestial, have received such treatment. That mysterious man said with a sinister smile. In fact, if he did not see that Lin Ling had many secrets, he would not have spent so much effort to set up the Qing province goo to deal with Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling. Master. Father. The people of Qing State were of no help at all. They were all tossed around with Qing State. The weaker ones even spat out blood and died immediately. Qing Emperor, look at what kind of people you have provoked. Someone cursed at Qing Emperor. After all, this was originally their Qing State's matter. But who knew that Qing Emperor had violated the taboo and provoked the experts of the deity's era, causing everyone in Qing State to be buried with him? At that moment, Qing Emperor's expression changed greatly. He never thought that the mysterious man would be so cruel. Ha, Qing Emperor? He only has the ancient power. Otherwise, he would be trash. Now that the great venomous insect of Qing state has been set up, Qing Emperor has lost his connection with the ancient power. Therefore he will also die. Everyone in Qing state will die. In the future, no one will know who did it. The mysterious man laughed cruelly. Sure enough, he wanted everyone in Qing state to be buried with him to raise his undead spirits. Hearing that, everyone's hearts dimmed. Qing state was facing a great calamity. They could not help but look at the center. They did not know whether the blue-robed young man could turn the tide. Perhaps, the blue-robed young man had become their only life-saving straw. I hope Master can illuminate Qing state. The third princess muttered to herself. After she finished speaking, she spat out a mouthful of blood. This mysterious man was one of the 9 states' 10 evils. He was really terrifying. At that moment, Lin Ling was still madly colliding with the undead spirits. However, he could not stop the undead spirits from rushing into his body, causing his entire body to be in severe pain. Refine all of you! Lin Ling roared at the sky. He activated the Chaos Divine Art in an attempt to refine the undead spirits that had entered his body. The Chaos Divine Art was really amazing. It could refine anything. The undead spirits were also successively turned into mysterious power and drifted into Lin Ling's dantian. However, there were too many undead spirits. Even if the Chaos Divine Art could refine them, Lin Ling's dantian had gathered too much power. In the end, it could not hold any more. Gradually, 10 million undead spirits had gathered in Lin Ling's body. After all, one undead spirit could control a sage-to-be expert, let alone 10 million. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only a martial immortal. What a powerful little demon. You can actually refine my undead spirits. However, after you become my biggest undead spirit, I'll learn all of your secrets. Ha! The mysterious man was first surprised. Then he laughed excitedly. Lin Ling, who had been completely occupied by the undead spirits, stopped resisting. His entire body changed. He became gloomy and demonic. He had completely turned into an undead spirit. Master! The third princess and the others vaguely saw this scene and all of them cried out in pain. At present, the only person who could break the undead spirits was Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had also become an undead spirit. Therefore, even if they escaped alive, they could not save Lin Ling. When they thought of the man who had saved them countless times and now died, they felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. Little Li! The undead spirits on Grandma Wendao's body also disappeared and rushed towards Lin Ling. Therefore she also woke up. However, after seeing the scene in front of her, her eyes were moist as she shouted, "Second brother!" Sakura was the same. He knew that they were all finished. He never would have thought that returning to the Azure province would lead to their deaths. Originally, according to their estimation, no one could stop them from returning to the Azure province. However, the world had always changed and the affairs of the world were impermanent. They had actually attracted such an old monster who disrupted all of their plans and even killed everyone. I'm not dead yet. However, at that moment, the gloomy Lin Ling let out a painful cry. He's actually still awake? That shocked the mysterious man. He was only a martial immortal. After being devoured by so many undead spirits, he could still occasionally wake up. This meant that the young man's soul power was extremely powerful and his temperament was extremely tenacious. However, even so, the mysterious man had absolute confidence. He knew that Lin Ling was only struggling before death. I can't die. Indeed, Lin Ling was sometimes awake and sometimes unconscious. Chapter 3064. The Real Demon Sword. Rumble. The entire Qing province was still spinning as if the universe was reversing. If everyone could calm down and look carefully, they would discover that it was actually countless dead spirits that were reversing the Qing province. Unfortunately, no one saw this. Everyone had half a foot in hell. Truly tenacious. The mysterious person looked at Lin Ling indifferently and said, "One must know that the dead spirits he had sent out would even kill a saint." However, the martial immortal junior had resisted until now. I'm not dead yet. However, Lin Ling's voice was getting weaker and weaker. His soul was roaring, competing with the Grim Reaper. In fact, he had come into contact with death many times. However, he was not afraid of death and even dared to face it head-on. Lin Ling believed that his life was in his own hands and not in the hands of the heavens. Since he had been reborn, Lin Ling definitely held his life in the palm of his hand. Even if a god wanted to take his life, he would not allow it. His tenacious fighting spirit was constantly resisting. Unfortunately, there were too many dead spirits. The terrifying things from the underworld were not something that the current Lin Ling could fight against. This made him feel as if he had entered some kind of mysterious area. There was a dazzling light spot in front of him, causing him to subconsciously walk towards the light spot. However, Lin Ling's soul was awake. He knew that he could not enter the light spot because once he entered, he would be completely dead. Unfortunately, the universal chaotic laws made it difficult for him to resist. His soul was getting closer and closer to the light spot. My head, where is it? However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A faintly discernible voice suddenly rose in Lin Ling's heart, causing him to be shocked. Scabbard? At that moment he was still standing in the sky. His entire body was gray, as if he was a dead spirit. However, his body began to emit a terrifying aura. This aura continued to condense and quietly turned into a headless old man. This old man quietly stood in front of Lin Ling. Although he did not have a head, it was as if he was looking at Lin Ling. And the sword in his hand quietly appeared. At this moment, the ancient power of the gods roared and spread out like ripples, causing Qing province's rotation to slow down. It also caused all the dead spirits from the underworld to freeze in place. What is this? The mysterious man said solemnly. From the headless old man's body, he could sense the aura of a devil god. It was as if he was a devil god who had fought against the gods during the era of gods. No matter what you are, you can't break my gu. But at this moment, the headless old man raised his sword. The sword looked very ordinary, but it gently slashed at the sky. A bloody light appeared. This was a blood sword. This slash was clearly more terrifying than Lin Ling's slash. It soared through the sky, and thousands of dead spirits were instantly annihilated, turning into ashes. As for the overturned Azure Prefecture, it was actually severed by the sword. The chaotic world was once again divided. The ground sank back and the sky floated back. Everything returned to normal. Not only did the sword slash sever space-time, it even severed the void, displaying the might of the Age of Gods. This was the real Devil Sword. Azure Prefecture is restored. What is that? Everyone in Azure Prefecture was stunned at first. Then, one after another, they came to their senses. They looked at the old man who looked like a devil sword with incomparable horror. They had been saved by Lin Ling. Crack, crack. At the same time, the gray color on Lin Ling's body began to crack. A powerful aura also spread out from it. As for the headless old man, he quietly disappeared. Oh no, he woke up. Moreover, that slash actually severed all my dead spirits. Who is that person? Could it be a god? In the distance, the mysterious man stood in the sky in disbelief and kept shaking his head. He could devour the dead spirits of the Saint Realm, but he failed to devour the dead spirits of the martial immortal realm. Moreover, all the dead spirits were killed. This was simply beyond his imagination. Boom! At this moment, a deafening sound was heard. Lin Ling's body exploded. Countless gray colors spread out like ashes. This caused the heart of the mysterious man in the distance to tremble. It was as if he had seen a dragon god that had broken free. Bastard! He could not help but curse loudly. He was so angry that his anger overflowed to the heavens. Obviously, he had underestimated Lin Ling's means. But now, he could not be angry because he sensed that the situation was not good for him. And that was indeed the case. Lin Ling opened his gray body. He was like a fierce tiger that had come down the mountain. With endless anger, he stared at the mysterious man in the distance. That gaze actually caused the mysterious man's heart to turn cold. What a cold gaze. You will definitely die. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth moved slightly. His voice filled with monstrous killing intent floated out, shaking the sky and causing the dark clouds in the sky to disperse. Boom! He took a step and the sky exploded. Endless light beams appeared behind him. They were like ribbons as they shot towards the mysterious man. To Lin Ling, he had almost died earlier. He had no enmity with the mysterious man. The mysterious man coveted his treasures and set him up. He had almost caused the death of everyone in Jianghu. Therefore, the mysterious man was no different from a great enemy like the heavenly court to Lin Ling. This was because if the mysterious scabbard had not suddenly appeared, his grandfather, mother, Yu, and everyone else would have died. And this touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. Even if the mysterious man was a god, he would die here today. Rumble. Endless light accompanied Lin Ling and shot towards the mysterious man like a meteor. The latter subconsciously took a step back. He was beginning to be afraid, very afraid. At this moment, the realm-swallowing beast appeared. Its huge mouth looked like it was going to swallow the heavens and the earth. The illusion of the dragon god floated in the sky like the pride of the dragon race. Rumble. And in the universe, the huge ancient divine monument smashed down like a god's taboo. All kinds of terrifying visions caused the mysterious man's mouth to tremble. Wait, how about we shake hands and make peace? Rumble. However, the answer to his question was an incomparably turbulent aura. At this moment, the aura came crashing over like a tidal wave, tearing apart the cloth on the mysterious person's body, revealing his true form. This was an extremely old man. So strong. The current Lord Lin Ling is so strong. He broke through. Heavens, he reached the 7th level of the martial immortal realm. Lin Ling, you can do it? The entire Jianghu cheered. Lin Ling's light once again illuminated Jianghu. Compared to the excitement of the people, the mysterious old man's heart was like thunder. And the closer Lin Ling got, the more panicked he became. Boom! The terrifying punch, which contained Lin Ling's fury and all his strength, reached the old man's eyes in shock. Chapter 3065. Vengeance. Shake hands and make peace? Boom! Boom! That punch smashed down like a dragon god, and the old man wasn't weak at all. He was at the half-saint realm, but he was still smashed into the ground. Clearly, apart from his terrifying talent, his other skills were very ordinary. Of course, he did not expect a martial immortal junior to be able to break his venomous insect. If he had known earlier, he would have prepared more skills. Unfortunately, he had never known about this in the vast universe. Wait, don't kill me. I was wrong. Beneath the ground, the old man let out another groan. You were wrong. In the sky, a huge foot that looked like the leg of a giant, with the power to destroy 10,000 worlds, fiercely stomped down. Boom! Immediately, a huge footprint appeared in Jianghu. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, countless huge rocks were tumbling in the sky like kites with their strings cut. Among them was the old man. At that moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was filled with shock. This enraged youth was simply too terrifying. He had to escape from this place. You want to escape? Boo. However, Lin Ling seemed to know what he was thinking. He intercepted the old man in midair and crazily attacked him like a storm. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening sounds resounded in the sky and on the ground. The old man was like a sandbag being violently beaten by Lin Ling. This made the blood of the people on the ground boil as they continuously cheered for him. In the end, all the rumbling sounds disappeared. In the sky, the blue-robed man stood there like the Azure Emperor. His left arm was raised high, and in his palm was the mysterious old man who only had half a breath left. I am from the land of eternal rest of the 10 banes of the 9 provinces. If you kill me, you will not be able to escape from the land of eternal rest. The old man said with difficulty. After those words, Jianghu instantly became silent. 9 provinces, 10 banes? Heavens! This mysterious person actually has such a great background. Lord Lin Ling, you can't kill him. If you kill him, Jianghu will be in great trouble. So what if Jianghu is in danger? Most importantly, Lord Lin Ling, don't offend the 9 prefectures' 10 evils for Jianghu. After a while, cries of surprise rang out one after another. To the martial artists of Qing Prefecture, the 9 prefectures' 10 evils were ferocious creatures that represented the era of gods. They were not people they could provoke. And if Lin Ling killed the old man, the place where the heroic spirit rested would definitely attack Qingzhou, but most of them would attack Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling's friends didn't want Lin Ling to get into such trouble. 9 prefectures, 10 evils. At this moment, Lin Ling was standing in the sky with an expressionless face. The old man opened his eyes with great difficulty, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. He knew that as long as one was a martial artist in the land of the 9 prefectures, there was no one who wasn't afraid of the 9 prefectures' 10 villains. Die! However, just as the old man's smile rose, he heard Lin Ling's cold words. Then, his neck was forcefully crushed. Boom! The old man's body also exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, and Qingzhou fell silent. Dead, the 9 prefectures' 10 evils is dead. As expected of Lord Lin Ling. Everyone looked at the sky, and their hearts began to tremble. As for the Qing Emperor, his face was extremely pale. It was as if he was looking up at the blue-robed man in the sky. Qing Emperor, since you're the former God Emperor, I'll leave your corpse intact so that you can die with dignity. Lin Ling looked at the Qing Emperor and said indifferently. Hearing this, the Qing Emperor smiled bitterly. He looked deeply at Lin Ling and recalled the first time he heard Lin Ling's name. He knew that it was Lin Ling who had rung the Qingzhou divine bell. At that time, he was extremely furious at Lin Ling, as Lin Ling had interrupted his monarch horoscope. However, Lin Ling was still a mere ant. Therefore, he did not place his attention on Lin Ling. Instead, he was planning to secretly become the retired emperor after the competition between the 4 authorities was over. However, to his surprise, the person who had rung the Qingzhou divine bell was actually the one who was going to replace the Qing Emperor. I should have thought of it, sigh. The Qing Emperor let out a sigh. In the past, before he became the Qing Emperor, he was also the one who had rung the Qingzhou divine bell. This meant that he was destined to be the one who had rung the Qingzhou divine bell. Unfortunately, he had thought that Lin Ling was just a mere ant. Thus he did not place any importance on Lin Ling, which led to the huge mistake he had made today. Third princess, go and kill him. Lin Ling's voice appeared once again. Thank you, master. On the ground, the third princess, who was as beautiful as a fairy, strode out. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were sparkling. Clearly, she was extremely excited. Her mother had been killed by the Qing Emperor. Therefore, she had been waiting for a very long time to avenge her father. Looking at the third princess, the Qing Emperor let out another sigh as if he had aged significantly. He never thought that he would die at the hands of his daughter. Scenes from the past flashed across his mind as he recalled the third princess mother. Do it, I'm willing to die at the hands of my daughter. I hope that the Qingzhou divine bell will eventually reach its peak in your hands. The Qing Emperor finally closed his eyes, but his lips curled into a kind smile. Perhaps at this moment he was no longer the Qing Emperor who stood above everyone. He was just an ordinary father. However, he had only returned to being a father after losing the battle, which caused the third princess' eyes to turn even colder. The reason being that her father had not done anything when she had been poisoned by the dead spirits. He had even treated her like a puppet and wanted to become the retired emperor. You want to be my father? You're not qualified. A long sword as thin as a silkworm's wing appeared in the third princess' hand. She stabbed the Qing Emperor viciously and pierced through his chest. Blood immediately gushed out and dyed the third princess's white dress red. Emperor Qing opened his eyes, as if he had died with a grievance. Perhaps he knew that he had lost the battle, but his daughter had not forgiven him. This meant that he had gained nothing in return. The Qingzhou divine bell will be better in my hands. The third princess was expressionless. She pulled out her long sword, which turned into a beam of light. With a light slash, the Qing Emperor's head fell off. Dead, the Qing Emperor is dead. The new Qing Emperor killed the old Qing Emperor. Even if they were father and daughter, it was destined. The great Tao of the universe is heartless. Sometimes there is no kinship, only benefits. The people sighed in their hearts as they looked at the third princess on the ground. However, they knew that the one who could illuminate the Qingzhou divine bell was not the third princess, but the blue-robed young man in the sky. Empress Dowager, you were the one who destroyed the rainforest sacred land. At this moment, Lin Ling said coldly. Plop. The Empress Dowager sat on the ground powerlessly. Her face was ashen. My friends, my brothers, all my memories were in the rainforest sacred land. How could you destroy it? Lin Ling took a step forward. With every step he took, he waved out countless enchantments to suppress the Empress Dowager. Rumble. In the end, the Empress Dowager turned into a huge stone tablet that sat on the ground. This reminded the people of the other 3 stone tablets in the rainforest sacred land. They were Realgar, Luosha Thorn, and Sunbone. These people were the murderers of the rainforest sacred land. Chapter 3066. Double-edged sword. Second brother, good job. Di Shirtian's eyes were filled with warmth and tears. Good, this is great. Ancestor Tai Yen and the others were the same. They finally had an explanation for the rainforest sacred land. Everyone, have a safe journey. When I, Lin Ling, dominate the gods, you will all return. Lin Ling's heart felt like a huge rock had been lifted off his chest. He could finally get his revenge. He looked at the rolling clouds in the sky as though he was looking at people he knew leaving with smiles. Lady Shui Wu, Lord Pu, Great Demon King of the East, Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Ancient Face Sect, there were too many. These people had watched Lin Ling grow up step by step. They were proud of Lin Ling and were Lin Ling's memories. A person's life was bound to be filled with endless memories. These memories were extremely precious when they grew old. It was unknown whether it was because these friends were leaving or because the clouds in the sky were gradually dispersing. The sky began to turn blue with white clouds floating in the sky. It made one's heart feel extremely clear. That kind of tranquil atmosphere made everyone in Qing Prefecture smile with gratification. From today onwards, the 3 magnates are not allowed to enter the cities after Threering City. Are there any objections? Lin Ling looked at the ground and spoke with dignity. Yes, absolutely yes. Let alone Threering City, I will never step into Turing City again. The 3 magnates spoke one after another. How could they dare to refuse? If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they would have been dead. Hence, they had actually profited. All the 3 magnates, cripple your own cultivation. However, before they could rejoice, Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Cripple our own cultivation? Isn't that the same as killing us? I refuse to accept this. That's right, Lin Ling. What right do you have to cripple our cultivation? The 3 magnates were startled, and they all blushed as they spoke. Boom. However, at this moment, Lin Ling raised his foot high and stomped heavily on the ground. The entire Qing Prefecture shook. Tell me, what right do I have? Silence. The 3 magnates were speechless. They knew why. After the fall of the Azure Emperor of the Azure Prefecture became the 3rd princess. She controlled the primordial power, and she was also very smart. In a short period of time, she repaired the shattered Azure Prefecture. Qing Province gradually regained its tranquility. However, to everyone, even though the Qing Emperor was the 3rd princess, Lin Ling reigned supreme in the Qing Prefecture. The legend of Lin Ling would be passed down for thousands of generations in Qingzhou. At this time, in the Flame World fragment, everyone was present. Although the 3rd princess had become the Azure Emperor and controlled the great Qing God dynasty, Lin Ling was still used to living in the fragment of the Flame World. Moreover, he had started to let people tidy up the rainforest sacred land. Soon, everyone could return to the rainforest sacred land. After all, that place was their home, and they couldn't abandon it. Little Li, you finally left Qingzhou. In a large hall, Grandma Wendao smiled at Lin Ling. Her eyes were filled with gratification because she had watched Lin Ling rise step by step in the rainforest sacred land and finally dominate Qingzhou. Everything seemed slow and impossible, but when the result appeared in front of her eyes, she still felt that it was unreal. Moreover, she looked forward to Lin Ling's name being spread in the 9 states, in the God world. Grandma Wendao, in a few days, I will bring Yu and the rest to Spirit Province. Do you want to come? Lin Ling smiled and looked respectfully at Grandma Wendao. I'm old and don't want to fight anymore. I plan to return to the rainforest's sacred land, plant some flowers and fish. This is life. However, Grandma Wendao shook her head. Her words made Lin Ling smile bitterly and shake his head. Then, Lin Ling pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, Grandma Wendao, do you know someone called Gon Liangping? In the past, when he first came to the martial god realm, it was that mysterious blue-robed youth who introduced him to the martial god camp. Venerable Si Kaming also became that person's disciple, so he had always been curious about that person. Moreover, his demon eyes of 10,000 things sensed that that person also had one of the 6 great god eyes in the universe, and it wasn't weak at all. The 6 great god eyes in the universe each had their own abilities. Lin Ling's was extremely powerful, and Tong Man's was able to see through fate. He wondered how powerful that mysterious blue-robed youth was. Grandma Wendao immediately smiled mysteriously and didn't explain anything. Instead, she said, You will meet him. In fact, he has been waiting for you. Waiting for me? Yes. Hearing that, Lin Ling's eyes lit up, but seeing that Grandma Wendao didn't want to say more, he didn't ask any more. He only knew that the youth's height wasn't something he could compare to at the moment. Following that, everyone began to chat happily. That night, Lin Ling accompanied Yu and the others. After a round of sex, Lin Ling also started to cultivate. Now, he had reached the 7th level of the martial immortal realm, and the realm sea in his dantian was extremely turbulent. There was even a large amount of spiritual qi outside his dantian, which he could use to cultivate at any time. And this spiritual qi was obtained from refining dead souls. In fact, he didn't expect that he would benefit from a disaster and successfully reach the 7th level of the martial immortal realm. However, after the battle with that mysterious person, Lin Ling knew that there was no absolute invincibility in the universe. Some people didn't seem strong, but they had deadly means, such as death goo. This also meant that in the universe, there was always something that countered something else. Sometimes it was also very fair. This time, if it weren't for the scabbard, I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape death. Thinking of the scene not long ago, Lin Ling secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Obviously, the scabbard had saved him again. However, when Lin Ling took off the scabbard, a cold aura suddenly spread out. The scabbard floated up on its own, and the tyrannical song sword flew out and coldly hung by Lin Ling's neck. This sudden change caused Lin Ling's expression to change. My head, where is it? At the same time, the faintly discernible voice sounded. The headless old man appeared again, and he actually wanted to kill Lin Ling. What's going on? Lin Ling was shocked because ever since he obtained those broken swords, the scabbard could be controlled by him, and it didn't have the cold killing intent it had in the past. But now, this killing intent had appeared again. Could it be that since the scabbard had saved Lin Ling once, he, Lin Ling, had to find the remaining broken swords? Or even the headless old man's head? Otherwise, the sword would kill him. It's really a double-edged sword. Lin Ling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he didn't resent the scabbard because without the headless old man, he, Lin Ling, would have died countless times. Lin Ling's character had always been clear about kindness and hatred. Kindness was kindness, hatred was hatred. Senior, I also don't know where your head is. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Go find it. However, this time, to Lin Ling's surprise, the headless old man actually said something else. Chapter 3067. Leave Qing Province. I'll find it when I have the chance. Let's gather all the broken swords first. However, Senior, I can still use this scabbard. Lin Ling said again. However, the headless old man didn't waste any more words with him and disappeared into the scabbard. Lin Ling looked at the cold scabbard and didn't have the courage to pull it out. He could only hope that the headless old man would give him more time to find the scabbard. Sigh, I have to return the favor I owe. Lin Ling put the scabbard on his back and began to cultivate. 3 days later, everyone set off. Everyone in the imperial court came to send Lin Ling off. Grandfather, there's no need to send me off. I've left a barrier in the rainforest and the fragment of the flame world. I can come back to see you at any time. Seeing the reluctance of Ancestor Tai Yen and the others, Lin Ling waved his hand and smiled. Go go. A good man has ambitions. Don't worry about home. Grandma Wendao is at home. Everything will be fine. Ancestor Tai Yen, Emo Nienshin and the others waved their hands with tears in their eyes. In reality, they didn't want Lin Ling and the others to leave. They wanted Lin Ling to live an ordinary life. However, they also knew that the universe was merciless. The strong were respected. If Lin Ling didn't become stronger, not only would the Fire Ancient clan die, but all of them would die. It was precisely because Lin Ling often went out to train and fight against various powerful figures that he had enough confidence to protect the ancient clan of flames from all kinds of storms. This was the indomitable warrior of our generation. Lin Ling, Sakura, Yu, Xian Yuange and the others left Qing province and appeared in the chaos of the universe. Yu and Xian Yuange had both reached the martial immortal realm and were qualified to go to Spirit Province. They were extremely curious about it. There was no end to learning. In fact, this was also what every martial artist yearned for. They were very curious about the more profound martial arts and the more mysterious era of gods. They hoped to touch upon that door. Therefore, martial artists were constantly becoming stronger. If there was a day when they were still in the same place, then they should consider their own reasons. Your Excellency Lin Ling, please wait. However, while Lin Ling's group was chatting happily, several old men suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path. These people looked familiar to Lin Ling. He suddenly recalled that these were the seniors who were guarding the Cloud Holy Lands when he rang the Azure Prefecture Divine Bell. Because you killed Emperor Qing and violated the rules left behind by the gods. Therefore, according to the commandments of the 9 emperors of Qingzhou, you must die. The old man said with a wry smile. In the past, Lin Ling had sounded the Azure Prefecture Divine Bell. At that time, he already felt that Lin Ling was extraordinary. And now, seeing that he was not just extraordinary, he was simply abnormal. Unfortunately, if Lin Ling had become Emperor Qing, then they would not have killed Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not become Emperor Qing and instead killed Emperor Qing of the previous generation. This was a violation of the rules. Forgive us. We have been following the rules of the gods all our lives. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. The other old men also spoke one after another. It could be seen that they did not want to kill Lin Ling. However, after the discussion of the 9 emperors, we have decided to spare your life. However, you must follow us to guard the 9 Cloud Holy Lands and cannot leave for the rest of your life. The old man suddenly said again, Senior, please give us a way out. Yu and the others also knew what had happened and hurriedly bowed and said, Little girl, we can't help it. The old men looked at each other and the wry smile on their faces deepened. Facing such a senior, Lin Ling really could not bear any resentment because the other party had already given him a lot of face. They only asked him to guard the Cloud Holy Lands and become the elder behind the scenes of the Azure Prefecture. However, to have him stay in those clouds for the rest of his life and face these old men every day, to be honest, he really could not bear it. Moreover, he still had a blood feud to take. Senior, I, Lin Ling, am willing to bear the consequences of my mistakes. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling said with a solemn expression, That's good. Hee, don't worry, guarding the Cloud Holy Lands will not be boring. Moreover, you are also the messenger of the gods. Hearing that, all of the old men started laughing. They were laughing very happily. Hee, from now on, there will be one more person to play chess with me. Scram, Lin Ling and the other new elders have to accompany me to fish. They even began to arrange Lin Ling's life in the future. However, while they were talking excitedly, Lin Ling gave Yu and the others a look. The next moment, he fled without a trace. The old men were still talking excitedly, but when they realized this, they all blew their beards. Little fox, you lied to us. Then, their eyes turned red with anger. Previously, they felt that Lin Ling had agreed too quickly and that there was something fishy about it. However, when they saw Lin Ling's serious expression, they thought that Lin Ling was really willing to bear the consequences. Who knew that they were too naive? Where do you think you're going? Sir Lin Ling, we're just guarding the Cloud Holy Lands. We're not asking you to go to jail. Come back with us and become the new elder of the 9 heavenly emperors. Moreover, as an elder, you won't have to fear the Azure Emperor and will even have the chance to meet the gods. Little ancestor, come back. They all chased after him. Seniors, I'm sorry, but I really can't go to the Cloud Holy Lands. Not to mention that it's too boring, even if it's really filled with endless fun. I, Lin Ling, have my own things to do. Moreover, I think it's really boring there. That boring time can make you seniors fall in love with each other and stay together for a lifetime. In front, Lin Ling's helpless voice floated out. Ha! Hearing this, Yu and the others couldn't help but laugh. Nonsense, how can we fall in love with each other for a lifetime? The Cloud Holy Lands are all men. How can men stay together for a lifetime? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the old men were so angry that smoke was coming out of their 7 orifices. Moreover, they looked at their partners with disdain. Although they had worked together for countless years, they couldn't fall in love with each other even if they were beaten to death. I don't believe it. You have to know that in the Cloud Holy Lands, besides seeing your companions every day, you don't see anyone else. Love grows with time. Even if it's a man, you're all afraid of developing feelings for each other. In front, Lin Ling still didn't believe it. Pooh. Hearing this, one of the old men was wrongly accused and spat out a mouthful of blood. The others also had goosebumps all over their bodies. However, their speed of chasing Lin Ling became even faster. They swore in their hearts that if they caught that kid, they would definitely punish him. You're called Lin Ling, right? But at this moment, in the chaos of the universe, a smile suddenly came out. A man in cloth clothes stood in front of them indifferently, blocking the path of Lin Ling and the others. This person was like a saint. His smile and his brows seemed to carry the great Tao of a saint. On his back was a sword. On the blade of the sword, a terrifying aura poured out. Seeing that person, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. In fact, his eyes were staring at the sword. That was a sword that Lin Ling was very, very familiar with. Chapter 3068. The Heavenly Court's Yama, Asher's Green Flame. You're from the Heavenly Court. Lin Ling said calmly as he stared at the sword. Oh, I haven't told you who I am, but you know who I am? The man put his hands behind his back and his eyes flashed with surprise. He had never met Lin Ling before, but Lin Ling had guessed his identity. That's right, he was from the Heavenly Court. He had been ordered by the Heavenly Court's martial god to search for Lin Ling. Today, he was lucky enough to pass by and heard the old man's words. Only then did he know that the blue-robed young man was Lin Ling. I also know that you're martial god Qilin's disciple. Lin Ling's eyes were unprecedentedly cold. That was because the sword was Li Xiaoyao's personal sword, the true inheritance dark sword. Martial god Qilin had snatched the sword, so he knew that the man was from the Heavenly Court. You're Lin Ling, right? I've underestimated you. However, you should know why I'm here today. The man's eyes flashed strangely as he said indifferently. Lin Ling naturally knew why he was here. He must be here to kill Lin Ling. I'll take your life. The man unleashed a terrifying aura. Countless horned dragons appeared behind him and occupied the entire void. The saint's light also filled the air. It was as unfathomable as the sea. 5th level half-saint. The old men behind Lin Ling frowned. At the same time, Lin Ling knew that the man was definitely one of martial god Qilin's capable disciples. You old fogies, go to hell. Remember, the one who's going to kill you is Yen Nan from the Heavenly Court. The man sneered and attacked in the next moment. He looked to be in his 30s, but he was definitely a martial saint in the 9 prefectures. He had already established his own sect and became an ancestor. Rumble. Green lightning appeared in the chaos and bombarded the void. Chaos lightning, the existence of the desolate body. It's at least a 3rd-grade desolate body. The elders from the Cloud Saint land of the Azure State became even more solemn. Asher Green Flame. Lin Ling stared at the green lightning in the sky. He did not expect martial god Qilin to give Yan Nen such a precious treasure. Big brother, you, go to master first, Lin Ling said to Yu Yu and the others behind him. But Yu Yu and the others naturally did not plan to leave. Hurry up and leave. After you leave, I won't have anything to worry about, Lin Ling said again. Okay, brother Ling, be careful. Second brother, be careful. Although they were reluctant to leave, Yu Yu and the others knew that they wouldn't be of any help in this situation. Instead, they would only distract Lin Ling. Thus, they left one after another. However, Yan Nan's target was Lin Ling, so he didn't pay any attention to Yu Yu and the others. You are the one who killed my junior brother Tian Lingbao and Lu Xingyun? What makes me curious is that you are just a piece of trash. Yan Nan smiled faintly. His smile was mixed with disdain. Terrifying green flames spread out from his body and enveloped the entire chaotic universe. These green flames were extraordinary. Lightning was born from the flames. It was a product from the era of the gods. You want to kill Lin Ling? We won't allow it. The elders of the Cloud Sank Ground looked at each other. Without any hesitation, they also unleashed their powerful strength. Their cultivation was at the first and second level of the half-saint realm. With such cultivation in Qingzhou, they were like the immortals behind the scenes. However, in the face of the experts of the 9 prefectures, their strength was obviously not very strong. However, they had the advantage in numbers. If they joined forces, they might be able to stop the half-saint. Ancient Orchid Muscle Rippling Lotus. Supreme Earth Rippling Lotus. The techniques they unleashed were also extremely powerful. They were all advanced 6th grade martial arts, and they even had a touch of divine aura. Suddenly, ancient clouds filled the sky, just like the tribulation clouds in the Cloud Sank Ground. Some of the clouds turned into huge lotus flowers, singing divine songs. Some of the clouds turned into rolling earth waves, overturning the chaotic universe. Lin Ling, don't worry. With us here, he won't be able to touch you, the leader of the elders said at the same time. His words warmed Lin Ling's heart. When the experts arrived, the seniors of the Cloud Sank Ground did not leave. Instead, they did not hesitate to protect him. Lin Ling would remember this kindness in his heart. He could imagine that without their help, Lin Ling would not be able to escape this calamity. If we join forces, we will definitely be able to defeat the expert at the 5th level of the half-saint realm. The other elder's eyes shone with confidence. However, Lin Ling shook his head. He did not think so. Martial god Qilin had obtained part of Li Xiaoyao's true inheritance. His strength was not to be underestimated. His disciple would definitely not be weak. Oh no, when did the green flames come? They are holding us back. And that was indeed the case. Green flames had appeared around the old men and were burning them. Even the power of a lower level couldn't block it. SU rank, Azura divine power of the underworld. In the distance, Yan Nan, whose body was covered in green flames, slowly walked over. From his appearance, it could be said that he was completely at ease. However, on the surface, he indeed had the qualifications to be calm and collected. This was because Lin Ling was only a martial celestial. Although he had some skills, he was definitely not a match for a middle half-saint realm expert. As for the elders, they had the divine melody on them. However, their talents were not strong and their ultimate martial paths were very ordinary. To put it bluntly, with such strength, he could kill him with a single finger. Therefore, he was 100% confident that he could kill Lin Ling today. You can't stop me. If I want to kill someone, even the gods can't stop me. A disdainful voice drifted out. This made the elders of the Cloud Sank Ground realize that they had underestimated Yan Nan. After being surrounded by the green flames, their speed and the activation of their realm essence slowed down. It was as if they were carrying countless mountains on their backs. Your Excellency, don't be too arrogant. However, the leading elder was clearly angered. They were the saints of the Cloud Sank Ground. When had they ever been looked down upon? So what if I look down on you? Make your move. I'll let you make your move. Yan Nan suddenly stopped and looked at the elders from the corner of his eyes. There was no doubt that his eyes were filled with mockery. Everyone use your full strength." Seeing this, the elders looked at each other. The realm sea in their dantions boiled and their realm essence burned, forming a large area of tribulation clouds. The tribulation clouds were colorful. There were thunderclouds, wind clouds, fire clouds, and so on. Of course, the tribulation clouds were not very powerful. However, the terrifying thing was that the tribulation clouds merged together. It was extremely dazzling, as if they had formed the clouds sank ground. Kill! After the tribulation clouds formed, several voices rang out at the same time. Chapter 3069. One of the underworld's 10 great underworld demons, Ashur Emerald Snake. All right. Noticing that their cooperation this time was stronger than usual, all the old men were overjoyed. Rumble. The tribulation clouds moved extremely quickly and engulfed Yen Nan. The sound of metal clashing continued to ring out. He's dead. When the old man saw that Yen Nan was completely defenseless, he heaved a sigh of relief. If we join forces, we can definitely kill a half-saint at the 5th level. That Yen Nan was too confident. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. But this person's strength is really impressive. Even with the 9 of us working together, he still managed to resist for so long. After the others secretly wiped their sweat, they also spoke one after another. Lin Ling, on the other hand, remained silent. Using his 10,000 mammoth's magic eyes, he could see that the tribulation clouds were wreaking havoc on Yen Nan's body. Yen Nan, on the other hand, was constantly groaning in pain. However, Lin Ling could clearly see that Yen Nan was actually maintaining a strange posture in the face of the terrifying tribulation clouds. Divine Fist of Su. Not good. Lin Ling immediately spat out. What is the Su Godly Fist? Hearing this, all the elders frowned. It's a type of martial art that becomes more ferocious the more injured one is. It can raise one's strength by 20%. The moment the fist is completed, it can destroy everything. Lin Ling said word by word. So powerful? Lin Ling, you're not lying to us, are you? Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Blocking everything, the more injured one was, the more ferocious it would be. The instant the fist was formed, everything would be destroyed. How could there be such a powerful defensive martial art in the world? Be careful. Lin Ling had no time to explain anything. At the same time, a rumbling sound came from the front. Yen Nan's fist slowly stretched out, and his speed was extremely slow. He was about to collide head-on with the tribulation clouds. However, even though his speed was slow, his fists did not stop at all. Su Godly Fist. At the same time, an incomparably valiant voice rang out. The fist that was filled with green flames became faster and faster. It was as if it was pushing the tribulation clouds. With a boom, it directly shattered the tribulation clouds that filled the sky. A huge black hole was even created in the surrounding void. Astral winds gushed out. Crush. The elders from the Cloud Holy Land were all flipped over and coughed up blood. Their faces were filled with horror. This punch was too powerful. Hee, ants like you only have this much ability? If I were you, I would have found a piece of tofu and killed myself. Amidst the countless storms, all sorts of multicolored energies intertwined. A faint figure slowly walked out. His long hair danced wildly in the wind, and the corners of his mouth curved into an evil smile. He was extremely valiant. Meanwhile, his right hand hung down, burning with green azura green flames, making his fist extremely eye-catching. The appearance of such a figure undoubtedly caused the faces of all the elders to turn extremely pale. The other party's might, the other party's strength, and the other party's disdain made them realize that there was always someone better than them. Of course, Yen Nan's expression was extremely calm in the face of the astonishment of these elders, as if defeating these elders was as common as eating a meal. Instead, he swept his gaze around but did not discover Lin Ling's figure. Frowning, he asked, "Where's that kid? Could it be that he ran away?" Heavenly Court's Yen Nan, aren't you underestimating me, Lin Ling? Lin Ling, don't need to run away from a mere piece of trash like you. However, at this moment, a sword from the era of gods appeared, cutting through the chaos in the universe and slashing towards Yan Nan like a waterfall. This caused Yan Nan's eyes to flicker. This was because he felt that the power of the sword was not much weaker than the attacks of the elders. This Lin Ling was actually an expert who could defeat a first heaven half-step saint. No, he could even defeat a second heaven half-step saint. However, Yan Nan was a fifth heaven half-step saint. He was a mountain that Lin Ling could not step over. Revered by the world, the power of Azura. Yan Nan let out a low roar. Without any visible movement, his majestic fist blasted towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling, be careful. Seeing this, all the elders shouted. In their opinion, Lin Ling could not hurt Yan Nan at all, even if his sword was incomparably sharp. Swoosh. However, at this moment, the sword suddenly became strange. It was like a dancing snake, dodging Yan Nan's fist from the side and gently slashing at his wrist. Originally, Lin Ling's sword would not have caused much damage to Yan Nan even if it had hit him. However, there was always an exception. After that sword slash, fresh blood immediately gushed out. Ugh! Yan Nan cried out in pain. He retracted his fist and stood up, rubbing his wrist. What? Ugh! This turn of events undoubtedly caused the elders of the Cloud Saint Lands to be tongue-tied. At the same time, Lin Ling's figure appeared in the void. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Although the sword slash had injured Yan Nan, the power of the fist had also injured him. Of course, compared to Yan Nan, Lin Ling was obviously in a much better state. Because their cultivation levels were not on the same level, they had both been injured in the exchange of blows. Yan Nan would definitely lose more face in this exchange. You're very lucky. Ugh. Indeed, Yan Nan's body was trembling. He lowered his head and looked at the wound on his wrist as he muttered to himself. He was a martial immortal with the strength of a fifth-level half-saint. To him, this was a great humiliation, a great humiliation. Moreover, according to the rules, Lin Ling should not have been able to hurt him. However, after he had used the ASU Divine Fist, there was a flaw in the martial skill. There was a weak point at the wrist that was as big as a strand of hair. If an ordinary person attacked this weak point, he would definitely be injured. Lin Ling's previous slash had hit this weak point with incomparable accuracy. However, he believed that it was caused by Lin Ling's luck. Do the people of the Heavenly Court like to talk nonsense? Yes. Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, whether it's nonsense or not, you'll understand soon enough. A person's luck will not always be good. Yes. Yan Nan was clearly enraged. Boom. Flames blazed all over his body. Vast and majestic energy whizzed out from his divine body, causing the void to tremble. In the next instant, a huge green ancient snake appeared behind him. As soon as the ancient snake appeared, a pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas swept out. Not to mention martial immortals, even experts below the fifth-level half-saint would find it difficult to breathe at this moment. A god's descendant? The eyes of the old man from the Cloud Holy Land trembled violently. It was as if he had seen a product from the era of gods and demons. Jade Snake, one of the 10 great underworld demons of the underworld. Lin Ling said solemnly. This Yama was the first powerful opponent that Lin Ling had encountered after he had stepped into the martial immortal realm. You know a lot. However, all of you will die. Yan Nan roared at the sky. His long hair had turned green, and countless flaming serpents appeared behind him. Even an Azura god was faintly discernible as it descended from the sky. It reached out its arm and grabbed at the void. The 10,000 worlds that were relatively close to this battle were instantly turned into ashes. It was so terrifying. This battle had reached the peak stage. It could be said to be a battle between gods. All of you, try your best to stop them. I need 3 breaths of time. Chapter 3070. The true inheritance dark sword was unleashed. Hearing that anxious voice, all the elders were stunned. In fact, after the Azura god descended, they had already given up. They knew that they would definitely die, but who knew that Lin Ling was still fighting? Attack! However, the elders also knew that there was no time to lose, so they all used their remaining strength. It had to be said that when a person was on the brink of death, their potential was indeed terrifying. The 9 saints were actually able to block the green flame snake for a short period of time. What terrifying power! However, despite this being the case, those elders still spoke one after another, knowing that they might not be able to last an incense stick of time. When they looked at Lin Ling again, they realized that Lin Ling had disappeared. This sudden turn of events caused their jaws to drop. He has already escaped. All of you have become scapegoats. On the contrary, Yan Nan's excited laughter rang out, causing those old men to come to their senses. Could it be that Lin Ling knew that the great calamity was approaching, so he ordered them to fight with their lives on the line while he himself escaped? At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with a bitter taste. They were incomparably dejected. The Azura God, unless one's karma is exhausted, only then can one be reborn. Because of this face, it is called Avicii. The Azura Hell, roughly speaking, is nothing. But right at this moment, boundless light shone from above the chaos. Amidst the boundless light, a sword descended from the sky in a dazzling and mysterious manner. It's Lin Ling. The elders were still resisting Yan Nan's power, but at this moment, they all looked up and saw a swordsman in the void. It was as if a sword demon from the era of the gods had descended from the sky. This scene shocked their hearts, and they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Because that was Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't run. He had also made a move, and he was the last to make a move. Interesting. Yan Nan was still disdainful, but when he recalled the voices in the sky, his eyes immediately changed. Because those voices were talking about the Tao of the Azura Divine Fist. How could this be? The voice came from Lin Ling's mouth. How could Lin Ling know about the Azura Divine Fist? One must know that this mysterious martial art was taught to him by his master. His master even said that no one in the 9 continents knew about it except for the underworld. Watch me break you. At the same time, a sharp sound came from the sky. A sword was descending. In your dreams. Yama couldn't care less about the shock in his heart. He raised his head to the sky and roared, activating his innate ability. He wanted to kill Lin Ling. Crackle. However, at this moment, the world of plants appeared. Black vines that filled the sky instantly grew, filling the chaotic space with black vines. They actually tied up the Azura snake behind Yan Nan. Of course, this also made Yan Nan laugh disdainfully. How could his talent be suppressed so easily? Little Kunlun, draw talent. However, just as Yan Nan smiled, a mysterious force came crashing down on him, causing him to realize that his talent had been sealed. He couldn't help but look at those black vines in shock, as if he wanted to know what kind of divine item they were. Yan Nan, is this all that your master taught you? You've brought shame to my name. At the same time, a sword shot out. The Azura snake happened to be tied up by the black vines, so the sword shot cleanly between the Azura snake's eyes, and even directly pierced through. Rumble. The Azura snake's eyes seemed to be its weak point. The sword went from the snake's head to the snake's tail. Then, the huge Azura snake exploded. The scene was extremely spectacular. Yan Nan was forced to retreat as blood continued to spurt out from his mouth. This kid's technique is too powerful. As for the elders of the cloud sank ground, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. They looked at the blue-robed young man floating in the sky as if they were looking at the arrival of a peerless sword god. With the strength of a martial immortal, it was impossible for him to break through the technique of a 5th-level half-saint. Yan Nan spurted out another mouthful of blood. He looked at Lin Ling in shock and asked, "How did you know my technique?" "It's just luck." Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. He held his sword at a slanted angle and said indifferently, "It's just luck?" Previously, when Lin Ling injured Yan Nan thought that Lin Ling was just lucky. Moreover, he felt that a person's luck wouldn't be good forever. However, Lin Ling had just told him that Lin Ling's luck was just that good. Good. No wonder you could kill Junior Ling Bao and the others. You do have some skills. It seems like I have to use my true strength. Yan Nan was so angry that he started to laugh and nodded his head continuously. He had not been able to kill Lin Ling in a row today. If he were to return to his master would definitely reprimand him and even give him a resounding slap. Moreover, he would no longer have any face in the heavenly court. To be able to force me to this extent, you are the first person in the martial immortal realm. You should be proud. You should be proud. After he shook his head, his hand touched the sword on his waist. Suddenly, an endless amount of brilliance appeared. The brilliance formed into rays of light that shot out in all directions, illuminating the entire chaotic universe. The true inheritance nether sword, the sword of my master, martial god Qilin. To be able to die by the sword, what else do you have left unsatisfied? Yan Nen slowly pulled out the sword. The sword aura that could break the 9 provinces and shatter the mountains erupted wildly. The moment the sword appeared, the sword was so dazzling that it caused the elders of the Cloud Holy Land to squint their eyes. Only the buzzing sound of the sword could be heard. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Their cheeks seemed to have been cut by the wind, revealing the sword's scars. After a while, they looked up and saw that the chaotic universe had been cut into pieces by the sword. Moreover, this was the state where the sword had yet to be drawn. The sword of martial god Qilin of the heavenly court? Lin Ling, hurry up and leave. We will block him for you. After regaining their senses, the elders began to speak one after another. This sword was definitely a sword that could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. However, when their eyes fell on Lin Ling, their pupils violently trembled. In the chaotic universe, the blue robe fluttered in the wind. His long hair was filled with battle intent. It was as if the blue-robed young man was the only one in the chaotic universe. He was incomparably dazzling. The young man didn't run away. Instead, he revealed a ferocious battle intent. He stretched out one hand and the dragon god burned around him. Then he pulled out his left hand and a 2-meter-long giant bow made of dragon bones appeared. As soon as the bow appeared, 10,000 dragons roared. This guy. The elders couldn't help but admit defeat. Although the bow was extraordinary, they didn't think that it could block Yan Nan's sword. Therefore, they thought that Lin Ling was crazy. Chapter 3071. Snatch the sword. Yan Nan was also surprised by Lin Ling's perseverance. However, he still reprimanded Lin Ling as if he was a senior. Moreover, his right hand had already unsheathed his sword. The chi of true darkness filled the air, making him look as if he was holding the most dazzling sword in the world. I'll kill anyone from the heavenly court that I see. However, Lin Ling also drew his bow. His face was cold and emotionless. Martial god Qilin was revered and respected. Was he a saint? The reason he was where he was today was because he betrayed Li Xiaoyao. Now that Lin Ling was here to collect his debt, the heavenly court thought that he was cruel? Since that was the case, there was no need for the heavenly court to give him any face. Lin Ling, right? Very good, very good. I can't help but admire your courage. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. Bang, bang. The void suddenly exploded as Yan Nen charged forward with his sword. Crack. Wherever he passed, the surrounding void was sliced open, and cracks appeared like spider webs. He's dead. Lin Ling definitely won't be able to block that sword. That sword can probably kill a mid-half saint. Bang. Why is Lin Ling so stupid? Bang. Lin Ling, leave quickly. We'll block him for you. Bang. The eyes of the elders of the Cloud Saint Ground were red as they cried out anxiously. Lin Ling was the ruler of Qing province. Moreover, he was young and had extraordinary potential. He represented the pride of Qing province and was the most promising junior to become the god of Qing province. Therefore, the saints of the Cloud Saint Ground did not want Lin Ling to die here. They even blamed Lin Ling for being so stupid as to fight a fifth heaven half-saint expert head-on. This was simply too arrogant. I have my reasons for not retreating. Bang. However, Lin Ling had already started to draw the Calamity Destroyer bow. He roared, his voice filled with unprecedented determination. If you don't retreat, then die. Bang. Yan Nan swung his right arm and silently chanted the sword control mantra. The sword was drawn as if it was a true inheritance. He wanted to sacrifice Lin Ling to the sword. Bang. The sword pierced through Lin Ling's chest. Even the chaos behind Lin Ling was pierced. Lin Ling. Bang. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the old men from the Cloud Saint Land changed drastically. Hee, this is what you get for going against my master. Today, I will use my sword to kill you on behalf of my master. Bang. Yen Nan still maintained his sword stance, and the smile on his face was extremely ferocious. You are not qualified to use this sword. Bang. At this moment, Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he lifted his head and looked at Yen Nan with determination. What a joke! How could a mere ant like you know the origins of this sword? Bang. When he heard this, Yen Nan laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with disdain. Do you understand the sorrow of the sword? Bang. Do you understand the helplessness of the sword? Bang. If the person who holds the sword does not understand the soul of the sword, then he is not qualified to hold the sword. Bang. Lin Ling's eyes were calm. His voice was like thunder. The dazzling sword emitted a strange light as if it understood Lin Ling's words. Under the invasion of Lin Ling's blood and soul, the sword began to tremble as if it was trying to break free from something. Yen Nan did not know any of this. He did not even know that Lin Ling had been baiting him to draw the sword. This was because the sword belonged to Li Xiaoyao. Using Li Xiaoyao's sword to kill Li Xiaoyao was impossible. Let me tell you, you little ant. There are a total of 18 true inheritance dark swords. They were left behind by the gods. During the post-gods era, my master, martial god Qilin, wandered the land of gods and conquered the 18 true inheritance dark swords. Everyone in the land of the 9 prefectures knows about this. Yen Nan laughed and said disdainfully, how dare a person who was about to die talk about swords in front of him? He did not know what was good for him. Ha! Lin Ling laughed. His laughter was arrogant and mocking, shameless. Sword, come out now. Lin Ling looked down at the true inheritance dark sword and shouted in a low voice. You dog, you can't even close your eyes when you are about to die? Yen Nan laughed coldly when he saw this. Sword, come out? Does Lin Ling think that he is martial god Qilin? In the land of the 9 prefectures, the only person who could control the true inheritance dark sword was his master. Even he could not do it. Therefore, his master told him that he could control the true inheritance dark sword. According to his master, when the 18 swords of the true inheritance dark sword were combined, they could even kill a god. It was a treasure that surpassed supreme weapons. You little ant, you don't know what it means to be strong. Yen Nan shook his head in disdain. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt the sword tremble and let out a deafening cry. His arm began to lose its balance. A strong murderous aura enveloped him. The sword seemed to want to kill him. How can this be? The murderous aura was so terrifying that Yen Nan could not bear to let go of the sword. He retreated and his eyes were filled with suspicion. Suddenly, he stared at Lin Ling and an unbelievable thought appeared in his mind. It made his heart turn cold. Yen Nan, you said that I am a little ant and that I don't know anything about swords. But why is this sword trying to kill you now? The sword slowly floated out of Lin Ling's chest as if it had a life of its own. What did you do? You piece of trash. Yen Nan was infuriated when he saw this. This was a sword that his master had temporarily given to him. If it was snatched away by someone else, his master would definitely kill him. Furthermore, Lin Ling didn't have the divine words to control the divine sword. Why didn't the sword kill him? You will never understand what I did. If your master were here, he would have the right to know. Lin Ling did not explain anything. With a thought, the dazzling sword floated above his head. Yen Nan's expression changed drastically when he saw this. Lin Ling can really control this divine sword. After all, Lin Ling had mocked him for not knowing anything about the sword. At that time, he treated Lin Ling like a dog and barked madly, and he couldn't be bothered to explain himself at all. Because he felt that Lin Ling and he were from 2 different worlds. He was a saint while Lin Ling was an ant that was like a dog. But now, the sword had appeared on its own and was even controlled by Lin Ling. This change did not mean that he, Yen Nan, was far from being able to understand swords. He was the real ant. Die. Ignoring Yen Nan's shock, Lin Ling gently released the dragon bow in his hand. The heavenly dragon's protection, good karma increases by the day. A dragon roared and opened its mouth in anger, shooting towards Yen Nan. Lin Ling, you can do it. This reversal of the situation caused all the elders in the distance to become excited. Usher's Jade Snake Fist. Seeing the terrifying sword shooting towards him, Yen Nan did not dare to be careless. Fortunately, his talent was the desolate body. Although it was sealed by Mini Kunlun, it was quickly recovered. Rumble. His fist transformed into a huge green flame snake and collided with the dragon god's arrow. This kid is full of secrets. The power of this arrow is beyond my imagination. But after the collision, Yen Nan's heart was pounding. Chapter 3072. The battle between the gods was nothing more than this. Kakaka. Yen Nan's arrow had been blocked. After all, Yen Nan was a sage at the 5th level of the half-saint realm. Lin Ling, I'll kill you today. Yen Nan's confidence was greatly boosted when he realized this. You are not qualified. Hearing this, Lin Ling coldly spat out, I'll let you see what a true inheritance of the dark sword is. Lin Ling's eyebrows twitched as the divine sword that was floating above his head shot towards Yen Nan, piercing through the void. The power of the attack caused Yen Nan's eyes to widen. Not only had Lin Ling stolen his sword, he had even taken control of it. A sword pierced through his chest, seriously injuring him. Then, an arrow from the calamity-destroying bow pierced through his neck. A figure floated down from the void of the universe. Yen Nan, the disciple of martial god Qilin, a sacred master who had founded the sect, had been defeated. In the chaos of the universe, there was only silence. The saints from the cloud sacred land were completely silent. They never imagined that Lin Ling's combat strength would be so terrifying when he unleashed his full strength. Lin Ling, take care of yourself. However, at this moment, a weak voice drifted out, causing the elders to realize that Yen Nan was still alive even though he had sustained such heavy injuries. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. They knew that the latter was from the heavenly court. If they couldn't stop him, then Qing State and even Lin Ling would be in great trouble. If I, Yen Nan, want to leave, no one can stop me. Boom. The void exploded, and countless ASU green flames sputtered out. By the time everything dissipated, Yen Nan had already disappeared without a trace. Damn it. Seeing that, those old men all started to curse out angrily. They were feeling extremely unreconciled. Half-step Saint Realm, his strength is indeed impressive. However, Yen Nan is too optimistic. After being hit by the heavenly dragon's arrow, his past, present, and future will all be destroyed. However, Lin Ling smiled and said faintly, Is what you said true? Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. It must be true. Let's leave this place first. Seniors, thank you for your help earlier. However, the heavenly court is my, Lin Ling's, archenemy, so I cannot return to the cloud holy ground. However, I promise you that in the future, as long as seniors say the word, I, Lin Ling, will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Lin Ling bowed to the crowd. If it weren't for them today, he, Lin Ling, would definitely not be Yen Nan's opponent. Furthermore, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to escape if it had been another expert at the 5th level of the half-saint realm. The reason why he was able to defeat the half-saint realm expert was because he was familiar with the half-saint realm expert and the dark sword inheritance. It could be said that if Li Xiaoyao were to fight Lin Ling, unless he was in the saint realm, Lin Ling would be able to defeat him one by one. Go. Today's battle has moved us. Your future potential is boundless. Staying in the cloud holy land would be burying you. That's right. Although we really want you to accompany us, we don't want to hold you back. Lin Ling, go. In the future, let us hear your name in the 9 prefectures. If you have the chance to come back to the Qing prefecture, just come and visit us. The old men smiled in relief. It was as if they could see the successor of the cloud holy land rising in the 9 prefectures. Hearing these words, Lin Ling's blood boiled. He had only met these seniors once, but they treated him so well. This moved him greatly. I won't disappoint you. In the future, you will definitely be able to hear my name, Lin Ling, in any corner of the 9 prefectures. Lin Ling bowed deeply to the crowd and took a big step forward, heading into the distance. What a proud kid. Ha, I like it. Let's go. The old men looked at each other and laughed heartily. Thinking back to the previous battle, they were extremely excited. Even though Lin Ling was the one who had defeated Yan Nan, they had also contributed a portion of their strength. Furthermore, they had also contributed to defeating a sage who was at the 5th level of the half-saint realm. This was undoubtedly a kind of honor and a kind of pride. In the chaotic universe, the storm was still rolling. In a distant place, many cultivators were trembling in fear as they looked into the distance. A battle between the gods is nothing more than this. Who was that blue-robed young man? He was so fierce. Such an expert is someone we can only look up to for the rest of our lives. The cultivators spoke one after another, their eyes filled with admiration. In the chaotic universe, powerful strength was the foundation of a cultivator's admiration. Therefore, the blue-robed young man was not only someone they could look up to, but also someone they could chase for the rest of their lives. At this moment, in a certain ethereal palace in the 9 prefectures, an old man had his left hand behind his back. His right hand was sprinkling spirit seeds to feed a red-crowned crane. From afar, this scene was extremely ethereal. But soon the old man frowned. Honored master. Not long after, a haggard figure rushed into the palace and knelt down on one knee in front of the old man. Yan Nan, what happened? The old man glanced at the person in front of him and asked in a low voice. Lin Ling injured me. He has a godly bow and his strength is extremely terrifying. I'm not his match for now. The man looked at the old man anxiously and finally said, What? Didn't I give you the true inheritance, the dark sword? Honored master, this sword has been taken by Lin Ling. Silence. When the man's last words floated out, the old man was instantly stunned. The spirit seeds in his hand that he was feeding the red-crowned crane unconsciously fell to the ground. However, just as he was about to ask about the process, the man in front of him suddenly cried out in pain. His eyes flashed with a golden Buddhist seal. Honored master, save me. The man's body began to emit a golden light as if he was being burned to death by the sun. Dragon Clan's 8 divine powers. The old man cried out in alarm. By the time he wanted to save the man, it was too late. This made him stunned on the spot. Veins popped out on his forehead. His disciple was dead, and he died right in front of his eyes. As for the murderer, it was Lin Ling. Did Lin Ling do this on purpose? Did he let his disciple come back and humiliate him like this? Most importantly, this was the 3rd disciple to die in Lin Ling's hands. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, who are you? The old man muttered to himself. Previously, he had wanted to ask Yan Nan how Lin Ling had managed to seize his sword. Unfortunately, Yan Nan had died before he could say anything. This had filled the old man's heart with questions. Could it be that someone helped him? 9 States 10 Vicious? Fuheng Manor? Or the Flying Dragon Organization? He kept making guesses, guessing all of his enemies. Unfortunately, he missed out on Li Xiaoyao. Everyone in the heavenly court, listen up. Search the entire 9 states and find this Lin Ling. On this day, all the members of the heavenly court in the 9 states received the martial god's order. The name Lin Ling was deeply engraved in the hearts of the heavenly court. Unfortunately, the 9 states was vast and boundless. Wanting to find Lin Ling was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, the spirit state welcomed a handsome young man. He wore a long blue robe and his face was filled with exhaustion. He was Lin Ling. When he landed on the spirit state, Lin Ling looked at the distant sky and finally headed toward the plains. He had a feeling that the heavenly court had turned out in full force to find him, Lin Ling. Chapter 3073. Spirit State's Illusion God Sect Plop. However, Lin Ling had only taken a few steps when he felt the world spinning around him. His entire body fell to the ground. Previously, he had already suffered heavy injuries from the battle with the sage-to-be sage. Coupled with the fact that he had hurried over, he naturally collapsed from exhaustion. After falling into a deep sleep, Lin Ling felt his entire body relax. Ever since he started learning martial arts, he had rarely rested and had always been fighting. This time he finally had a good rest. After an unknown amount of time, angry shouts rang in his ears. At the same time, warm sunlight shone down, causing Lin Ling's slender eyelashes to flutter slightly. Finally, he opened his eyes. What entered his eyes was an ancient wooden house. There was only a bed, a table, and a chair in the house. It looked extremely simple. Where is this? Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He was currently being targeted by the entire heavenly court. If he was caught by the heavenly court, he would not be able to fight back with his current strength. You're awake. However, at this moment, a surprised voice rang out. Soon after, two figures walked in. It was a man and a woman. The man was tall and had a similar temperament to Sakura. The woman was about 18 or 19 years old and had a 70% appearance. Their strength was at the true god realm. Seeing this, Lin Ling quietly hid his cultivation and asked, "Where is this?" The man and woman's cultivation was not as high as Lin Ling's, so naturally, they could not see through Lin Ling's cultivation. The woman smiled and said, "This is the illusion god sect in the spirit state." Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart relaxed. Luckily, this was the spirit state. This meant that he was not far from the tantric sect. You've rested for 3 months. Along the way, my father also came to see you. However, he could not see any injuries on you. Luckily, you're awake now. Go and tell father. The two of them smiled and said enthusiastically, "No need." Lin Ling stood up and looked at the two swords beside the bed. Then, he carried them on his back. Of course, he was surprised that the tyrannical Song sword and the true inheritance dark sword were not taken away. "Where are you going?" Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, the two of them spoke up. "Thank you for the past 3 months. If anything happens in the spirit province, tell them my name, Lin Ling." Lin Ling didn't plan to stay any longer and strode away. His words left the two people dumbfounded. "Brother, is he stupid?" "Well, I'm not too sure either. I feel like he just woke up. I'm afraid he's still not fully awake." The two of them looked at each other and hurriedly chased after him. They clearly did not take Lin Ling's previous words to heart. If anything happened in the spirit province, just tell them Lin Ling's name. How domineering was that? However, if the person who said it was someone from the two sects, they might have believed it. But it was a mere youth. They didn't have the courage to believe it. Outside the room, the charming sunlight fell on Lin Ling's body, causing him to reveal a faint smile. He looked around and discovered that there was a huge square not far from the room. A large number of youths were practicing martial arts. Some were sitting cross-legged, while others were comprehending the ultimate martial Tao. Some were strong, some were weak. Some were true immortals, and some were world kings. And this was clearly a sect. Looking at these youths, Lin Ling felt a long-lost feeling. Not long ago, he was like these youths, full of vigor and fighting spirit. Jianghu, the illusion god sect's large competition is about to begin. How has your strength increased? Are you still comprehending those trash martial arts? At this time, a voice came from the front. Then, several figures walked over. Gu Mingjun, the illusion god sect's large competition is in a year. Don't be too proud now. Behind Lin Ling, the man and woman from before also walked over. It could be seen that they were brother and sister. Trash, trash. Ha, if you're not senior brother Gu's match now, how could you not be trash in a year's time? Seeing this, the people around the youth laughed mockingly. They didn't give the brother and sister any face. Jianghu, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but your sect has indeed declined. Let me tell you, it's impossible for you to surpass me. My goal is to become a disciple of one of the 10 great sections. I'm not someone you can look up to. As for the youth, he proudly said with his hands behind his back. His words caused the man and woman to grit their teeth, but they didn't dare to say anything. In the spirit province, all the geniuses had the goal of becoming a disciple of one of the 10 great sections. The 10 great sects were the super sects of the 2 sections. Being able to enter one of them meant having a meteoric rise. Unfortunately, the spirit province was boundless and filled with geniuses. It was extremely difficult to enter one of the 10 great sects. And right now, Gu Mingjun was one of the most promising geniuses of the illusionary god sect. Hearing their words, Lin Ling's eyes flickered and he inwardly shook his head. These people were all proud of becoming a disciple of one of the 10 great sects, but Lin Ling's luck was pretty good. He had already become a disciple of one of the 4 heavenly kings. The difference in treatment was like heaven and earth. Of course, their strength couldn't compare to Lin Ling, so this was normal. Without any intention of stopping, Lin Ling continued to walk forward. Stop, were you shaking your head before? Do you think I'm not qualified to enter one of the 10 great sects? But at this moment, Gu Mingjun narrowed his eyes and spoke. His words were directed at Lin Ling. He had heard of Lin Ling before. 3 months ago, he was saved by the Qiyang siblings in the plains. However, he looked very ordinary. The only thing that piqued Gu Mingjun's interest was that this youth was related to the Qiyang siblings. Even Qi Yu of the Qiyang siblings seemed to take care of this youth, which made him jealous. This was because he had been pursuing Qi Yu, but the latter had always ignored him. Kid, senior brother Gu asked you a question. The others also spoke out one after another. In the square, everyone stopped practicing martial arts and watched this scene. I have no interest in whether you enter one of the 10 great sects or not. Lin Ling continued to walk forward and said indifferently. His words were earth-shattering. Everyone thought that Lin Ling would soften a little or be unyielding and not fear senior brother Gu. But who knew that Lin Ling would neither soften nor confront him directly? Instead, he used a cold tone to speak, and that tone was one of disregard. Crazy! Many people secretly said. Kid, are you courting death? Gu Mingjun didn't expect Lin Ling to ignore him. What? You want to attack me? You're still too weak. If you attack, you'll be the one at a disadvantage. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him as he spoke. He didn't even bother to stay there. It was as if he was in an ancient well and watching a group of toads croak. He really didn't want to croak with these toads and see whose voice was louder. This was the reason for his worldview. What? What? However, the moment Lin Ling's words fell, there were even more exclamations. Chapter 3074. You'd better be prepared. With your strength, I can deal with you in one move. Out of respect for Elder Qi, I'll give you a chance to apologize. Kneel down and I'll forgive you. Gu Mingjun said. I'll also give you a chance. Get out of my sight and I'll forgive you. Forgive me. But who knew that Lin Ling would also say disdainfully, wait, I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding here. Why don't you apologize? Forgive me. Qi Yu quickly tried to smooth things over. She pulled Lin Ling's arm and said, don't offend him. He's one of the strongest geniuses in our sect. If you offend him, you'll be in trouble. Forgive me. Qi Yu, you don't need to plead for him. Today, I won't give anyone face. Forgive me. Looking at Qi Yu pulling Lin Ling's arm, Gu Mingjun's heart burned with jealousy. He stared at Lin Ling and said, you're just a piece of trash. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Be careful. Be careful, I'll stop him. You leave quickly. Forgive me. Seeing that Gu Mingjun was about to attack, Qiyang took a big step forward and arrived in front of Lin Ling. Gu Mingjun, do you really have to attack an ordinary person? Don't you feel ashamed? Forgive me. At the same time, he looked at Gu Mingjun and said, leave quickly. My big brother will stop him. Forgive me. Qi Yu whispered to Lin Ling, her words causing Lin Ling to shake his head. Since Qi Yu wanted him to leave, he might as well leave. After which, he left in large strides. His decisiveness caused the crowd to laugh endlessly. This young man was indeed a coward. Qi Yu was also stunned. She didn't expect Lin Ling to be so decisive. Her impression of Lin Ling instantly dropped. As for Qiyang, he helplessly shook his head. Of course, he knew that the reason why Lin Ling was targeted by Gu Mingjun was because of him. With Gu Mingjun's strength, he wouldn't want to teach a stranger a lesson for no reason. Qiyang, if you want to protect him, then let's see if you have the strength. Come, let me see your soul martial arts. Gu Mingjun took a step forward, surging with his realm essence. In an instant, he sent out more than 100 million fingers. It was extremely powerful. the god of illusions. Seeing this, Qiyang also made his move. Dust rose around his body and moved without any wind. Then an illusion of heaven and earth appeared, causing a large number of Qiyangs to be born in the square. It was so colorful and dazzling that it was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. Soul martial arts? This unforeseen event caused Lin Ling's footsteps to suddenly stop, and his eyes flickered. The reason he didn't plan to stay behind was because he knew that one had to suffer some setbacks on the path of martial arts. Therefore, he didn't interrupt the battle between Qiyang and Gu Mingjun. But now, he discovered that Qiyang was actually proficient in soul force martial arts, and his soul force was not weak, in the range of 2,000 steps. This illusionary god sect is truly something. Lin Ling was curious. His soul force had always been the strongest. It was a pity that he hadn't found a powerful soul martial art, so it was a bit of a waste. But now, he was looking forward to the martial arts of the Illusion God Sect. Illusion God Sect? Could it be one of the 100 great bloodlines, the bloodline of the Illusion God? This was an expert from the era of gods. Qiyang used a soul martial art again. Alas, he's still so stubborn. That's right. In today's path of martial arts, boundary essence is the foundation. Soul martial arts are nothing. They're the most unique and useless bloodline in the Illusion God Sect. At this moment, there was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. It could be seen that the Illusion God Sect had many bloodlines, and soul cultivation was one of them, but it wasn't favored. It's still the same old method. What's the use of it? Gu Mingjun was naturally disdainful, and his 10,000 fingers pierced out. Bang, bang, bang. On the square, the clones all exploded like illusions. Then, a figure spat out blood and crashed to the ground. Chi Yu cried out in alarm and ran over. Big brother! Big brother! You broke my soul martial art again. Why is it like this? On the ground, Qiyang ignored his sister and looked at Gu Mingjun with unwillingness. It's simple. Because I can't see through your soul martial art, I just need to explode it. You're hiding in it, so naturally, you'll be hit by me. Gu Mingjun strode forward proudly. Damn it, if my soul martial art could reach a higher level, I could block your attack, and you wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Hearing this, Qiyang smashed his fist on the ground, feeling even more unreconciled. Big brother. Chi Yu's beautiful eyes were moist. Looking around, everyone's eyes were full of disdain. The three from the Qi family were very stubborn. They refused to cultivate the boundary essence Dao and insisted on cultivating soul martial arts, which led to their decline. In fact, the illusionary god sect had always cultivated soul martial arts. However, a long time ago, they had reached a bottleneck and found it difficult to break through. This caused the entire sect to give up on soul martial arts and follow the masses to cultivate the great Tao of world origin. Until now, only the three from the Qi family had not given up on soul martial arts. 1 year later, you want to surpass me with your strength? Gu Mingjun didn't plan on letting Qiyang go. He walked up to Qiyang and raised his foot. Gu Ming, you dare. Seeing this, Chi Yu shouted. If you agree to my pursuit, we'll be a family from now on. Your elder brother will also be my elder brother. If you're still stubborn, then you'll be my opponent. I never show mercy to my opponents, Gu Mingjun said as he looked at Chi Yu. After he finished speaking, he stomped heavily on Qiyang. Chi Yu was furious, but seeing that her elder brother was about to suffer, she couldn't help but say, I agree. However, before she finished speaking, a foot suddenly arrived and kicked Gu Mingjun's knee. Bang! A muffled sound rang out instantly. Gu Mingjun felt pain in his knee, and he started to stumble backwards. It's you. The Qi siblings were shocked when they saw who it was. That was because the person who came was Lin Ling. You sneak attacked me? Gu Mingjun's knee was still in pain, but he looked coldly at Lin Ling and said, I suddenly don't want to leave, so I'm going to interfere in your matter. I'll give you a chance to get away from me. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. Gu Mingjun was so angry that he laughed. Looks like you don't understand human language. Then I can only use violence to solve this. Listen carefully. After one move, if you don't fall, Lin Ling, will immediately turn around and leave. Lin Ling shook his head and began to walk forward. You'd better be prepared. I'm going to attack. There was no fluctuation of realm energy on his body. He looked very ordinary. This caused the entire square to fall silent. Was this young man an idiot? Did he want to fight against senior brother Gu with his physical body? Moreover, he actually reminded senior brother Gu? Be careful. Chapter 3075. Arrogant and rude. Previously, when Lin Ling said that he was going to make a move, they were looking forward to it. Could it be that Lin Ling was a hidden expert? But in the next moment, they saw Lin Ling walk over without any talent, boundary energy, or martial arts. Therefore, they thought that Lin Ling was a fool. I don't want to waste my time talking to trash like you. If you fall into my hands, I won't be surnamed Gu if I don't do something to you. Bang. Gu Mingjun thought that Lin Ling was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, but now he knew that he was overthinking things. Boom. He took a step forward, and a powerful martial art burst out. This caused the plaza to erupt in cheers. Qi Yang and his sister were extremely nervous. Gu Mingjun was a late-stage true immortal realm expert. He was one of the top geniuses in the illusion god sect. How could someone like Lin Ling block him so easily? Unfortunately, a true immortal realm expert? This was also the reason why Lin Ling didn't want to make a move. Because he was too weak. Bang. There was no need to use martial arts. Lin Ling lightly punched out. Crack, crack, crack. All of Gu Mingjun's boundary energy was shattered. A fist smashed into Gu Mingjun's stomach, causing him to bend over like a shrimp. I told you to be ready, but you didn't listen. Lin Ling looked at Gu Mingjun with disdain. He raised his right leg high and chopped down like a battle axe. His hands were behind his back, and he was as calm as the wind. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Even the Qi siblings kept rubbing their eyes, afraid that they had seen wrongly. Stop! However, at this moment, a furious roar resounded, like thunder rumbling on the ground. However, Lin Ling didn't turn around. He had already sensed that the person who came was a third-stage half-saint expert. However, he wasn't afraid of such a cultivation. Bang! His foot stomped down again. Gu Mingjun, the genius of the illusion god sect, was stomped to the ground, and a spider web appeared on the ground. You're one step too slow. At the same time, Lin Ling slowly turned around and said, far away in the square, an old man wearing a neat robe finally arrived. He frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. Bang. However, Lin Ling smiled and stepped on Gu Mingjun's body again. He said indifferently, no one has ever been able to attack me and come out unscathed. So, I'm very sorry. These words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The illusionary god sect was shocked. Lin Ling's tyranny over Gu Mingjun was already shocking, but Lin Ling was also this arrogant when facing the current sect master of the illusion god sect? He simply doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Even the old man was stunned, and the corners of his mouth curled into an angry smile. Senior brother, this has nothing to do with him. However, at this moment, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man arrived, causing the Qi siblings to hurriedly shout, Father! The middle-aged man waved his hand and looked at Lin Ling in shock. This youth was saved by his son. In the past 3 months, he had roughly examined him and found that this youth had some soul force, but his strength was somewhat mysterious. He seemed very strong, but when he carefully sensed it, he didn't seem to have any spiritual energy. In the end, because this youth had soul force, he didn't touch the youth's 2 swords. However, he didn't expect this youth to be so strong. Junior brother Qi, he humiliated my disciple, and you say this has nothing to do with him? The old man clearly wasn't willing to let the matter rest. You're not convinced? Very well, your disciple gave me a chance to apologize, and I'll give you a chance now. Apologize and I won't pursue your mistake. Of course, if you refuse, then I don't mind stepping on you, the sect master. However, before the middle-aged man could speak, Lin Ling had already opened his mouth. Silence. The surroundings were deathly silent. No one expected Lin Ling to threaten the sect master and even want to step on him. This is definitely an arrogant madman. Although they were surprised by Lin Ling's strength, they didn't think that Lin Ling was a match for a half-sage. Of course, if they knew about Lin Ling's battle record, they wouldn't dare to think this way. Therefore, Lin Ling's words were spoken in a matter-of-fact tone. The old man's beard blew up, his anger soaring to the heavens. He had never seen such an arrogant and rude junior. As for the Qi Yang's father, he smiled wryly. "Elder brother," he said, "yesterday he joined our branch. I remember when Master went to the West, he said that our branch was independent and that we had special privileges." Hearing this, the old man sighed. Forget it, forget it. Forget it. He clearly didn't want to care about this matter anymore. This was because the middle-aged man's faction was the foundation of the Illusion God sect, and the only faction that cultivated soul martial arts. Therefore, the sect master naturally gave them face and secretly admired their stubbornness. "Everyone, disperse." The old man waved his hand and said. Of course, before he left, he stared at Lin Ling with resentment, feeling somewhat unhappy. A junior actually dared to be so arrogant. If it wasn't for junior brother, he really wanted to teach him a lesson. For the sake of the Qi siblings, I'll spare you this time. However, Lin Ling's indifferent voice also floated out. Hearing this, the sect master's throat burned. He didn't do anything, but this junior did? I'm so angry. He clenched his teeth and left with large strides. The surrounding disciples were tongue-tied, wondering if this youth's head had been kicked by a donkey. I'm very curious about your faction's soul martial arts. I wonder if Senior can give me some pointers. However, Lin Ling didn't care about the strange gazes around him. Instead, he looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently. Of course, his tone was much more polite. After all, he had a request. This was also the reason why he decided to stay for the time being. Our faction has already been abandoned. If someone wants to learn, we'll naturally welcome them. We can't wait for someone to carry forward our Illusion God soul martial arts and revive our glory. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Originally, with his seniority, he should have raised his head and spoken to Lin Ling. However, he found that this youth's gaze was neither arrogant nor humble. This kind of calmness wasn't faked. In addition, this youth dared to look down on the sect master and act lawless. Therefore, he subconsciously didn't bother to put on airs. All right, I'll carry forward this inheritance for you. It won't be long before the Spirit Province knows of the Illusion God sect's great name. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and said seriously, "This guy really doesn't even blink when he brags." Yes, he's even better at talking than singing. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the Qi siblings' eyes twitched as they spoke one after another. Even the middle-aged man was the same. If the Illusion God sect's martial arts were so easy to become famous in the Spirit Province, they would have already succeeded. How could it be as simple as Lin Ling said? All right, I believe you. However, it's better for young people to be down to earth. The middle-aged man smiled and said meaningfully, as if he was telling Lin Ling to stop bragging. Seeing this, Lin Ling let out a long sigh. He really wasn't bragging. With his status as a Constellation Cloud disciple, if he used a soul martial art on the battlefield, it would definitely shake the entire Spirit Province. Chapter 3076. Illusionary God True Inheritance. Oh right, how did you defeat Gu Mingjun? You don't seem to have any world energy. The middle-aged man asked curiously. Lin Ling smiled. The middle-aged man was only a late martial immortal. Naturally, he couldn't see through Lin Ling. If Lin Ling wanted to hide his cultivation, no one would be able to see through him unless they were a late half-sage or a sage. He had 4 dantians and he could use them at will. He could even hide his 4 dantians. Physical strength. Lin Ling explained. How is that possible? Physical strength is an unorthodox path. How can it defeat world energy? Hearing that, the 3 Qi family members were shocked. There are many ways in the universe. What is impossible? Also, don't forget that soul martial arts are also looked down upon in the Illusionary God sect. However, do you also think that soul martial arts are an unorthodox path? Lin Ling said indifferently. His tone was calm. However, at that moment, he had the demeanor of an expert. It was as if he was a saint who was giving guidance to these mortals. However, his words stunned the three of them. Thinking about it carefully, that was indeed the case. Physical strength was not valued by the current martial artists. However, wasn't it the same for soul martial arts? Therefore, if they doubted Lin Ling's physical strength, wouldn't they be doubting their own soul martial arts? Thank you for your advice. The middle-aged man quickly cupped his hands and said. His attitude shocked the Qi family siblings. Only Lin Ling could be treated so politely by their father. It's fine. If there's a chance, I'll do my best to teach you. However, Lin Ling's voice also sounded. The Qi family siblings were dumbfounded. This guy was really shameless. Ha! The middle-aged man didn't expect Lin Ling to be so shameless. He couldn't help but laugh. I'm Qi. May I know your name? Just call me Junior Brother Lin. After all, I'm the last to join this faction. Lin Ling said casually. Junior Brother Lin. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. That night, Lin Ling stayed in the illusionary god sect. Qi was also very generous. He directly gave Lin Ling 3 sets of soul martial arts. Furthermore, they were all foundational martial arts. Of course, Lin Ling also knew the reason. It was because of the decline of soul martial arts that Qi was so generous. If soul martial arts dominated the spirit province, no one would be willing to hand over their soul martial arts so easily. As for soul martial arts, Leslie learned a lot, but they were mostly world spirit formation Dao. As for Lin Ling, he had cultivated a few of them before, but they were only effective in the 10,000 realms. In the 9 prefectures, their power was suppressed several times. Therefore, Lin Ling was extremely curious about the illusory god sect's soul martial arts. After all, this was a treasure left behind by the gods' era. Of course Lin Lin's, swords, Whis. To Lin say, to Li Lin to art Li to immortal Li to. In God. Sword light blossomed from the sword, as if it had heard Lin Ling's words. It was extremely excited. There were 18 swords. Only by gathering all of them could the divine sword unleash its full power. However, the rest of the swords were probably with martial god Qilin. Thus, Lin Ling couldn't do anything about it. Thinking about the scabbard, Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Right now, he had a lot of swords to collect. Lin Ling then took out a voice transmission talisman to contact Yu and the rest. Brother Ling, where are you? I'm fine. I'm in the spirit province. That's good. Where are you? Senior Xing Xiun has been looking for you. He doesn't need to come over for now. I'll return in about 3 months. Considering the size of the tantric sect, Lin Ling didn't know what kind of impact it would bring if Xing Xiuyun came. Therefore, before he obtained the illusion god sect's soul martial arts, he didn't plan on doing anything shocking. 7 Saints Illusionary God Technique. Lin Ling then took out the soul martial arts that Qi had given him and began to comprehend it. As he comprehended it, a smile appeared on his face. The soul martial arts that the illusionary god had left behind were indeed extraordinary. Even though it was just the basics, it was still very beneficial. Time passed by quietly. On this day, Lin Ling returned the martial arts to Qi. Qi was surprised. Junior Brother Lin, you've succeeded in cultivating it? It's been a month. If I hadn't succeeded in cultivating it, then I wouldn't be qualified to cultivate this soul martial arts. Lin Ling shook his head. He felt that he had wasted a lot of time. Hearing this, Qi was stunned. In the past, his master had taught him the foundational martial arts for a year. As for the Qi siblings, their eyes were red with envy. This was because one of them had taken 3 years, while the other had taken 5 years. What's wrong? Have you been cultivating it for too long? Senior Brother Qi, if there's anything you can teach me, you can teach me. You don't have to give me any face. I've always known that. Lin Ling said solemnly when he saw the changes in their expressions. Although the 3 of them were not as strong as him, they were more familiar with other areas than him. Therefore, Lin Ling could humbly ask for advice. Hearing this, the 3 of them looked at each other, and their bitter smiles deepened. No, not at all. You can finish your apprenticeship now. You've cultivated the illusionary god's true inheritance. The father and son continued to talk. Qi Yu's eyes were red. She was on the verge of crying as she said, "How can you cultivate so fast? I used 5 years back then. It's so unfair. You can even be my master." Lin Ling was speechless when he saw this. By the way, all the sects in the south of the spirit state will gather and head to the 10 major sects for a martial arts exchange. We have to set off immediately. Oh, which sect is holding the martial arts exchange? I heard that the masterminds are the Fairy sect and the Divine Crane sect. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The Fairy sect? The 10 major sects of Tantric Buddhism? He could not help but think of Long Yang in the past and laughed bitterly. He hoped that he would not meet any acquaintances who would interrupt his enlightenment of the soul martial arts technique. However, to avoid trouble, he had better find an excuse to decline. "I'll teach you the illusion god true inheritance when we come back." However, just as Lin Ling was about to decline, Qi Shi spoke up as well. This time, Lin Ling could not refuse. 2 hours later, the illusion god sect's people flew forward on the giant white-feathered ancient goose. Everyone on the white goose was in high spirits. I heard that the top beauty of the Fairy sect will also come to this martial arts exchange. Is it Long Yang? I hope to see her this time, even from afar. Of course, fate is the most difficult thing to determine. Maybe she'll fall for me. Even looking at her is blasphemy to Long Yang. She's a genius of the Tantric Buddhism. Who do you think you are? You can't even enter the 10 major sects, let alone be chosen by Long Yang. None of your business. I know you're jealous of me. Chapter 3077. All the sects in the south of the Spirit Province gathered. I also heard that Long Yang almost got together with a genius from the Tantric sect, but that genius rejected Long Yang. Tsk, what a big deal. Wow. That guy is really daring. A genius like Long Yang, I would die from happiness if she looked at me, but that guy actually dared to reject her. That's nothing. He's the disciple of the 4 heavenly kings of the Tantric sect, so he has the right to do so. Moreover, he defeated all the geniuses from the 10 great sects during the last Tantric sect ceremony, so he has the right to do so. Wow. You're saying that he's amazing. Could it be that you were there? Wow. I don't have the right to go to the Tantric sect. I only heard about it, and I know that his name is Lin Ling. He's one of the geniuses I admire the most. Wow. On the other side, another disciple changed the topic and talked about the Tantric sect. When this was mentioned, the geniuses became even more excited. To them, geniuses of the same age were the ones they paid attention to the most. The disciple of the 4 heavenly kings, Lin Ling. I heard that he's very strong and is one of the most talented geniuses in the Tantric sect. Wow. I really hope to see him. Wow. Even the Qi siblings were looking forward to seeing him. Sister, stop daydreaming. How can you see a genius of that level? Even if you see a genius from the 10 great sects, that's your fortune, not to mention a genius from the Tantric sect. Qi Yang saw his sister's eyes shining and could not help but persuade her. I know. Sigh. Qi Yu sighed. As for Lin Ling, he was still comprehending the soul martial arts, but he also opened his eyes and looked at Qi Yu strangely. In the end, he shook his head and continued to cultivate. In the distance, a few gazes were staring at Lin Ling with ill intentions. One of them was Gu Mingjun. Is that the guy who injured you? He has no energy fluctuations and cultivates a soul martial arts. He's simply too weak. Sigh. Senior martial brother, I was careless at that time. However, let bygones be bygones. My current goal is the 10 great sects, so I don't care about those ordinary people. They don't understand the heart of a mighty eagle. Junior apprentice brother Gu is right. He cultivates soul martial arts and can only be like this for the rest of his life. He's just a piece of trash. There's no need to care about him. The others nodded in agreement. In fact, it was because of the sect leader that they did not dare to attack Lin Ling. They were not as magnanimous as they said. However, I happen to know some geniuses in the martial arts exchange held by the 10 great sections. At that time I can let him know how lowly he is." "No way, you know the geniuses of the 10 great sects? Of course, you'll know how powerful I am in a moment." When he mentioned the geniuses of the 10 great sects, Gu Mingjuan's voice became much louder. At this moment, all the youths on the giant white goose cast envious gazes at Gu Mingjun. Gu Mingjun will enter the top 10 sects sooner or later, so it's not strange that he knows the geniuses there. "Sai, when we first entered the illusionary god sect, we promised to explore the spirit province together. Today he's flying high, but I'm still stuck on the streets. Don't be envious. Right now, it's better to curry favor with senior martial brother Gu." The youths began to whisper. Although their voices were not loud, Gu Mingjun could hear them clearly. This made him smile faintly and stare at Lin Ling. He wanted to see Lin Ling's strange expression. However, Lin Ling did not seem to hear them and continued to meditate like an old monk. On the other hand, the Qi siblings revealed envious expressions. This made Gu Mingjun smile with a hint of pride. Not far from him, a good-looking girl looked at Gu Mingjun with a hint of passion. Then her gaze fell on Qiyang, and she let out a long sigh. Her name was Yi Mingrua, and she was the daughter of the illusionary god sect's sect leader. Originally, she and Qiyang were childhood sweethearts, and their relationship was very good. However, Qiyang gradually declined over the years. In addition, her father reminded her that Gu Mingjun was more suitable for him. At first, she did not care and believed that Qiyang could rise up. But now, she began to doubt her own beliefs. The loud and clear cry of a wild goose floated in the sky and finally landed on the plains. Upon closer inspection, a large number of people had already gathered on the plains. Many banners were raised high. They were actually the other sects of the spirit province. Today, 2 of the 10 great sects were having a martial arts exchange. There were many people who gave them face. Many people wished that they had the qualifications to come. Unfortunately, not every sect and every disciple had the qualifications to come. Line up and do not make a racket. Enter the Cold Moon Divine Palace. If anyone breaks the rules, not only will they be removed from their sect, they will also be kicked out. A crystal-like palace sat on the ground. In front of the gate, several youths spoke indifferently. Upon closer inspection, these people's strength were all in the martial immortal realm. This caused the disciples of the various sects to be in awe. They did not dare to speak and obediently lined up. Although these people were extremely arrogant, they were the genius disciples of the 10 great sects, so they had the qualifications. "Senior brother Lu, it's me." The illusionary god sect was also lining up. Gu Mingjun suddenly shouted in a low voice. His voice was not loud, but it instantly attracted countless gazes. This caused many people to frown. Was this person looking to die? They already said not to make a racket, but he actually shouted, "Oh, it's you, Gu Mingjun." However, among the geniuses guarding the gate, one of them smiled faintly and did not blame Gu Mingjun. It's me. Yes. Gu Mingjuan's body immediately trembled and he was incomparably proud. The geniuses nodded and did not speak any more nonsense. Even so, Gu Mingjuan's actions still caused the disciples of the various sects to be extremely envious. Gu Mingjun has not entered the 10 great sects, but he already has a bit of fame. This person is very powerful. The scene in front of him immediately made Qiyang frown. Previously, when someone was lining up, he was absent-minded and then I saw him being kicked out. He even almost implicated his own sect. It's good that Gu Mingjun knows the geniuses of the 10 great sects. It's much more convenient for him to do anything. Qiyu said with a light sigh. Her words were filled with envy. I heard father say that Gu Mingjun has been chosen by the 10 great sects and has temporarily become a nominal disciple. So those geniuses give him face and even want to treat him as a friend. At this time, a cold voice came from the side. It was Yimingrua. Hearing this, the Qi siblings sighed, especially Qiyang. Although he looked calm on the surface, his fists were secretly clenched in his sleeves. Not long after, It was finally the illusionary god sect's turn to enter the palace. "Greetings, sirs." The sect master smiled at the geniuses. However, the geniuses also gave him some face and warned him a few times. Although it was only a few words and their attitudes were arrogant, it still made the sect master happy. This was because the other party had at least spoken to him. As for disciples, they were too lazy to even speak. "Gu Mingjun, after you enter, if you have time, come and talk to me." Chapter 3078. Yun Shangqing. Among the crowd, Gu Mingjun nodded excitedly. Of course. TSKSK, senior brother Gu is the second person other than the sect master to make these geniuses speak. I saw that the other sects didn't receive such treatment, but our illusionary god sect did. We've gained a lot of face. That's right. Look at the people behind and in front of the line. They're all envious. The illusionary god sect disciples' faces were filled with pride as they entered the palace. "What are you doing? Junior brother Lin, hurry up and greet him." But not long after, an exclamation rang out, causing the expressions of the illusion god sect members to change. Only now did they realize that it was Junior brother Lin's turn to enter the group. However, Junior brother Lin's eyes were half closed. He didn't bow, nor did he look at the geniuses. He seemed to be comprehending something. Of course, it didn't matter where he cultivated, but not here. At this moment, the illusionary god sect disciples became nervous. "Junior brother Qi, why don't you think highly of him?" The sect masters secretly complained. If they angered these geniuses, their sect would be kicked out. That would be a huge loss of face. This junior brother Lin is really incapable of accomplishing anything but good at spoiling things. Among the crowd, Gu Mingjun also complained. After he spoke, he looked at the geniuses, only to see that their faces were extremely cold. It seemed that even if Gu Mingjun stepped forward, it would be difficult to quell the anger of these geniuses. "Who interrupted me?" At this moment, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes, and a slightly unhappy voice rang out. "Damn it, this guy is still speaking with such an attitude. It's over." The illusionary god sect disciples helplessly slapped their foreheads. They knew that a disaster was coming. Gu Mingjun pointed at Lin Ling. He didn't know what to say. Perhaps the next thing he could do was to witness the entire sect being kicked out. "Your illusionary god sect." Sure enough, the geniuses coldly said. They were sentencing the illusionary god sect to death. "What about our illusionary god sect?" However, before they could finish speaking, Lin Ling's gaze turned cold as he stared at the geniuses without any fear. This gaze caused the hearts of those geniuses to tremble subconsciously. Plus, this was the first time they were looking at Lin Ling. The more they looked, the more their hearts roared. "Go in." Finally, one of the geniuses spoke with a hint of reverence. Silence. The entire entrance of the palace fell into a deathly silence. These arrogant geniuses actually didn't punish Junior brother Lin? Could it be that these arrogant geniuses had a conscience and didn't intend to teach the ants in front of them a lesson? It's better not to cultivate in a place like this. If you're interrupted, it's easy to go berserk. While the crowd was still in shock, another genius spoke up. Moreover, his words carried a kind reminder. This time, everyone looked at each other in dismay. "Thank you." Only Lin Ling was the calmest as he leisurely entered the palace. "Good heavens! Are my eyes deceiving me?" The jaws of the illusion god sect's disciples dropped to the ground as they entered the palace in confusion. Even Gu Mingjun was the same. "Senior brother Gu, what's going on?" Not only did these geniuses not blame junior brother Lin, they even spoke to him. And they even spoke a few sentences. Yes. This treatment is even better than the sect masters. How would I know? But geniuses are all unique in their actions. It's not something we can guess. I can only say that junior brother Lin's luck is pretty good. When Gu Mingjun heard their words, he said in annoyance. "Senior brother Gu, you're not angry, are you?" The people beside him seemed to have noticed something and hurriedly smiled. Why would I be angry at junior brother Lin? Have you ever seen someone angry at a toad at the bottom of a well? Hearing this, Gu Mingjun immediately laughed. causing his junior brothers to laugh as well. This was true. Compared to Gu Mingjun, junior brother Lin was a pile of shit on the ground, while Gu Mingjun was the white clouds in the sky. There was simply no comparison. After the people from the illusionary god sect entered the palace, the geniuses outside looked at each other. In fact, they didn't know why they allowed Lin Ling to enter. But they felt that the look in Lin Ling's eyes was really terrifying. It was as if he was looking at a group of ants. This person isn't simple. Yeah, although he's not from the 10 great sects, I have a feeling that he's even stronger than us. Moreover, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. This person seems to be a big shot. The geniuses whispered among themselves, but they couldn't recall where they had seen Lin Ling before. As for those who entered the palace, they were like country bumpkins entering a big city. They were excited and in awe. Wow, is this a boundary array? TSK, what dense spiritual energy. Look, that's the hidden purple rainbow tree. I heard that it's of great help to wood, earth, and water geniuses. It can raise the ultimate martial Tao and comprehend the power of a rank. The 10 great sects are indeed wealthy. Let's go, there's someone giving out earth ring pills in the plaza ahead. All disciples who enter the palace are eligible to receive them. The crowd continued to move forward and soon gathered in a plaza. It was extremely crowded and lively. The sects have already arranged their accommodations. Tomorrow, the martial arts exchange will begin. Suddenly, a genius spoke softly. The voice entered everyone's ears and silenced the plaza. Then, the sects received their accommodations. What? We're next to the stables. The sect leader of the illusionary god sect looked at the map in his hand with a helpless expression. It can't be, right? This palace has many enchantments, and there are some good residences. Cultivating there will be twice the result with half the effort. In fact, I'll be frank with you. I'm participating in this martial arts exchange for a good place to cultivate. Now, you're assigning us to the stables? This is ridiculous. The elders of the illusionary god sect were in disbelief. This is the stables of Pegasi, spiritual beasts. They're not ordinary horses, so please bear with it. The sect leader smiled bitterly again. Hearing this, the elders were dissatisfied, but there was nothing they could do. They could only smile bitterly. Sect leader, the genius giving out accommodations is called Yun Shangqing. I know him. But at this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. It was Gu Mingjun. Yun Shangqing? Could it be that Yun Shangqing who lost to the number 1 sect of the 10 great sects during the Tantric sect's great ceremony? The sect leader exclaimed. Chapter 3079. Shameless. Gu Mingjun nodded his head. Most importantly, he's a disciple of the Tianqing sect, one of the 10 great sects. However, I've met him a few times. If I ask him, he might give me some face. Gu Mingjun will leave it to you. Hearing this, the sect leader and the elders were delighted. I'll do my best. Hearing this, Gu Mingjun nodded his head and walked out. He was neither arrogant nor humble, but rather imposing. Gu Mingjun represents the future of our illusionary god sect. Seeing this, the illusionary god sect's disciples admired Gu Mingjun even more. Even the sect leader was the same. TSK, our illusionary god sect has Gu Mingjun. It's our fortune. The illusionary god sect's disciples were proud. Only the 3 sons of the Qi family were gloomy. Especially Qiyang. He had been Gu Mingjun's competitor since young, but now he had been eliminated. It won't be long before I catch up to him. However, Qiyang wouldn't admit defeat so easily. He secretly clenched his fist and said, Sai, you've said this many times. Sometimes, the path of martial arts doesn't depend on one's mouth. Beside him, Yi Mingrua, Qiyang's childhood sweetheart, sighed. Her words made Qiyang extremely embarrassed. At this moment, Lin Ling was no longer cultivating. He looked at the scene and shook his head. He could see that Qiyang liked Yi Mingrua a lot, but Yi Mingrua seemed to have a change of heart. Senior brother Yun, it's me. At this moment, Gu Mingjun had already walked forward. The youth glanced at him and nodded his head. What's wrong? Is there something important? Although his attitude was still arrogant, he at least gave Gu Mingjun face. He knew that Gu Mingjun would definitely enter one of the 10 great sects. It's like this. Gu Mingjun immediately requested. So it's such a small matter. How about this? I'll help your sect rearrange your residence. This palace has 5 different levels of barriers. You're not qualified to go to the first level. Only the 10 great sects can go there. I'll arrange for you to stay in the second level. How about it? Yun Shangqing smiled. Although it was second class, it showed that the other party had given him enough face, so Gu Mingjun hurriedly nodded. Without any suspense, the people of the illusionary god sect became excited. The people from the other sects were extremely envious. Gu Mingjun, have you decided which sect you want to join? Your future is bound to be extraordinary, so have you considered joining our sect? Yun Shangqing said again, causing Gu Mingjun to hurriedly bow. No, in front of senior martial brother Yun, junior martial brother will forever be the light of a firefly. You really know how to talk. However, I am optimistic about your future. Tonight, I will be the host for a banquet. All of your sects can come. Moreover, all the other sects can participate. Yun Shangqing smiled, waved his hand and left. Thank you, senior brother Yun. Gu Mingjun immediately bowed. Everyone sighed as they looked at Yun Shangqing. The envy in their eyes grew stronger. Being able to become a disciple of one of the 10 great sects was already so glorious. When would they be able to become a carp that leaped over the dragon's gate and become such a figure? Of course, while they were envious, they also looked at Gu Mingjun. They knew that this child's future would be just as glorious. As for Gu Mingjun, he walked back to the illusionary god sect and received a lot of praises. He smiled and walked to Qi. Elder Qi, the second-class barrier accommodation is full. Therefore, I will have to trouble your branch to stay in the stables. How about it? Hearing this, the 3 from the Qi family narrowed their eyes. However, they were helpless. After all, the second-class barrier accommodation was obtained by Gu Mingjun. They had no right to speak. No problem. Qi nodded. That's good. Gu Mingjun wasn't surprised by the attitude of the 3 from the Qi family. He looked at one of the girls and said, Junior martial sister Yi, you are the daughter of the sect master. However, you were betrothed to Qi when you were young. Are you going to follow them or us? Immortal hesitated for a moment. Finally, she shook her head and smiled. I will follow Elder Qi. Then do as you wish. All right, senior martial brother Yun invited us tonight. Everyone must attend. Gu Mingjun nodded and turned to leave. Of course, before he left, he glanced at Qiyu. It was as if he was telling Qiyu how powerful he was. Qiyu clenched her teeth. Although she knew of Gu Mingjun's power, she was stubborn and refused to compromise. She would never accept Gu Mingjun's pursuit. As for Lin Ling, Gu Mingjun didn't even look at him from the beginning to the end. In his opinion, Lin Ling wasn't on the same level as him at all. In fact, junior brother Lin's face was filled with worship at this moment. Unfortunately, he didn't see it. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. When will this trash martial arts exchange end? Lin Ling's gaze was already looking elsewhere. Qi would only give him the illusionary god true inheritance after the exchange ended. A moment later, everyone arrived at their accommodation. The neighing of horses could be heard from time to time. Occasionally, there would be horse feces floating out. Although there was a barrier here that allowed cultivation to be more efficient, the scenery wasn't very good. I will go tidy up the surroundings. Qi Yang was very embarrassed and hurriedly got busy. Qi and Qi Yu were also the same. Only Lin Ling didn't care. Immortal stood there with a face full of displeasure. The previous Qi Yang gave people the feeling that he had a lot of potential. Unfortunately, the current Qi Yang can't be compared to Gu Mingjun. My eyesight is too bad. Why did I find such a man? Most importantly, Gu Mingjun obviously likes Qiyu. Otherwise, I would have already thrown myself at him. She kept sighing. If only my boyfriend was Gu Mingjun or even Yun Shangqing. Of course, if Lin Ling took a fancy to me, that would be my greatest blessing. She talked to herself and completely ignored Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling was just a passerby. Even if she spoke her mind, she wasn't afraid of him knowing. With your appearance, unless Lin Ling is blind, he won't take a fancy to you. Lin Ling was a little impressed by this woman's thick skin. He shook his head and then went to help Qi Yang and the others. His words stunned Yimingru. In her impression, this junior brother Lin was always a man of few words and didn't care about anything. But this time he actually mocked her? Who do you think you are? Compared to ancient Ming Jun, compared to Yun Shangqing, compared to Lin Ling? You are just a hair on their heads. Yimingru cursed secretly. Of course, she didn't dare to curse out loud. She still had to maintain her ladle-like appearance. However, she was even more disdainful of Lin Ling. A person who couldn't even compare to Qi Yang was simply a pile of trash. No, he was even worse than trash. After tidying up the surroundings, everyone settled down temporarily. Lin Ling cultivated as usual, striving to obtain the illusion god true inheritance as soon as possible and return to Tantric Buddhism. Chapter 3080. Looking for senior brother Lin. Lin Ling was also dragged away. He lazily followed behind and continued to cultivate. This caused the Qi siblings' hearts to sink. No wonder Lin Ling's comprehension of soul martial arts was so fast. It turned out that he had been cultivating all the time. Such diligence, how could they not admire him? Following the direction pointed out, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a luxurious hall. The spirit energy was dense, and hundreds of flowers bloomed. Before they even got close, flattering voices rang out. Little friend Yun, you're young and promising. Look at me, the future of the spirit state is also on your shoulders. The vast hall was packed with people. All the sects of the spirit province were gathered, and they were all looking at the spirited young man at the head of the table. Ha, you're exaggerating. In the Tantric sect, I'm not the strongest. If we're talking about a peerless genius, then it's still Lord Xingxiu Yun's disciple, Lin Ling. At the head of the table, Yun Shangqing had the aura of a superior as he spoke indifferently. I've never heard of the name Lin Ling. Why don't little friend Yun tell us what's so great about Lin Ling? After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, someone curiously asked. Yun Shangqing drank a mouthful of wine, and his arrogant expression quietly disappeared, turning into worship. This senior brother Lin came from the Qing province. Originally, the geniuses of the 10 great sects looked down on him, but who knew that in the Tantric sect's great ceremony he defeated senior brother Beihan in one move. As for senior brother Beihan's strength, there's no need for me to say more. 60% of the sect leaders here aren't his match. Moreover, senior brother Lin is a powerful spirit formation master. I heard that he broke the universal spirit formation with an ancient tree in the Tantric sect, creating a record. Of course, the most amazing part is the latter part. Yun Shangqing's voice became louder and louder, causing the hall to become silent. So powerful. Even the geniuses of the 10 great sects aren't senior brother Lin's match? The members of the illusion god sect were whispering to each other. Yimingru had been sitting there for a long time. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked forward to meeting the legendary senior brother Lin. However, she suddenly froze. Senior brother Lin of the Tantric sect? Then her junior brother Lin of the fantasy god sect? One called him senior brother, and the other called him junior brother. Could they be the same person? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. One was an eagle flying in the sky, the other was a toad on the ground. They weren't on the same level at all. Senior martial brother Yun, quickly tell me what's the most powerful thing about you. At this moment, Gu Mingjun asked anxiously. Everyone knows that he rejected Longyang of the fairy sect, but there's one more thing you don't know. When he was in the fairy sect, he defeated senior brother Cho Junlang, who was a genius of the Tantric sect. I don't think I need to explain how powerful he is. Yun Shangqing enunciated each word clearly. He was even getting a little excited. Tantric geniuses? The hall was in an uproar. In the spirit province, geniuses were divided into different levels. At first, they were the geniuses of the various sects, then the geniuses of the 10 great sects, and finally the geniuses of the Tantric sect. Such geniuses could probably defeat the sect masters of the various sects. I wonder what senior brother Chao's cultivation is. Gu Mingjun said nervously. It was obvious that he was also shocked. Second Heaven Half-Saint. Yun Shangqing swept his gaze across the crowd and said in shock. His words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. A martial immortal defeating a half-saint. His ability to fight above his level was too terrifying. No wonder Senior Brother Lin could become the disciple of the 4 heavenly kings. His brilliance and mystery lingered in everyone's hearts like a god. Senior Brother Lin is someone we all look up to. Let me tell you something. If you know Senior Brother Lin, you can do whatever you want in the Spirit Province. Also, if anyone dares to provoke Senior Brother Lin, the entire Tantric sect will be mobilized. Unless you're a major force in the 9 provinces, you'll be eradicated. In fact, if anyone in the Divine Prefecture below the Spirit Province dares to provoke Senior Brother Lin, there will only be one outcome: death. After Yun Shangqing finished talking about Lin Ling's strength, he then talked about Lin Ling's identity. Everyone's hearts continued to jump. This was a person who could shake the entire Spirit Province with just a move of his foot. After saying so much, I actually invited you here today because I have an important matter to ask of you. I know you all want to meet this legendary person, but I can tell you that this person has temporarily disappeared. Thus, the Tantric sect instructed us to find Senior Brother Lin in the Spirit Province. Yun Shangqing looked at the crowd and spoke of the purpose of today's gathering. That's right, the reason he gathered all the sects here today was to find Senior Brother Lin. But Senior Brother Yun, what does that mysterious Senior Brother Lin look like? Someone said expectantly. He also knew that if he could find Senior Brother Lin, it would definitely be a great achievement. I've neglected that. You all are not qualified to meet Senior Brother Lin, so it's normal that you don't know him. Fortunately, I was fated to attend the Tantric sect's ceremony last time and remembered his appearance. Today, I can use my boundary essence to engrave him. Yun Shangqing stood up, and his boundary essence spread out. Seeing this, everyone in the hall immediately became nervous. They wondered what the legendary Senior Brother Lin looked like. This is Lin. Yun Shangqing could see that everyone was nervous. He waved his hand and was about to draw a portrait. However, at this moment, a few figures walked in from the door. One of them stunned him. Lin Lin Lin. He couldn't say the last 2 words, Senior Brother, no matter what. He could only stare at the blue-robed young man who walked in. Everyone in the hall was furious that they had been interrupted at such a crucial moment. This made them stare at Lin Ling and the others. However, since Senior Brother Yun didn't flare up, they didn't dare to reprimand Lin Ling and the others. Instead, they used their gazes to urge Lin Ling and the others to hurry up and take their seats. Wow, we seem to be late. Hurry up and go to the illusionary sect. The 3 from the Qi family quickened their pace and smiled awkwardly. They even cupped their fists and bowed. Only Lin Ling had his hands behind his back and a lazy look on his face. This made everyone's eyes spit fire. If not for Senior Brother Yun's magnanimity, he would have already taught this unknown trash a lesson. In fact, Yun Shangqing stared at Lin Ling so hard that his eyes almost popped out. He was sizing up Lin Ling, afraid that he had seen wrongly. In the end, he confirmed that this was the terrifying genius of the Tantric sect, Lin Ling. Senior Brother, we're late. At this moment, Qi Shi apologized to the sect leader of the illusionary sect. The sect leader smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "It's good that you're here. Hurry up and sit down." Qi Shi and the other 2 smiled apologetically again. Seeing that the situation was too awkward, they asked, "What were you talking about?" "We were talking about an important figure in the Tantric sect, Senior Brother Lin. This person's strength is extraordinary and his talent is outstanding. With just a move of his leg, ordinary people like us have to retreat." The sect leader said, "He's that powerful? Could he be an ancient senior?" Chapter 3081. Beating. He's about the same age as you. The sect leader laughed. Does the Tantric sect have such a powerful Senior Brother Lin? Even Lin Ling frowned. He was curious about this Senior Brother Lin. He didn't know that this Senior Brother Lin was him, Lin Ling. You call him Junior Brother Lin, right? He's called Senior Brother Lin by all the geniuses of the Tantric sect. Although there's only one word difference between the two of you, the difference is like heaven and earth. At this moment, a crafty and harsh voice resounded. It was Yi Mingruo. She was drinking wine, and her beautiful eyes were looking at Lin Ling as if she was looking at a toad. Moreover, Gu Mingjun also said with disdain, "With your knowledge, how could you know Senior Brother Lin's power?" Disregarding everything else, if he came to the south of the Spirit Province, no one in the large sects would be his opponent, not even the sect leader. From another perspective, half the sky of the Spirit Province would move if he moved his feet. He's a true god. And you? You're just a sleepy person who doesn't know what power is. Hearing this, the others looked at them with disdain. Lin Ling and the others were already late and embarrassed the fantasy god sect. Therefore, no one was polite to them. Junior Brother Lin, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. You should learn from Gu Mingjun. He knows the big picture. In a place like the Tantric sect, he's also respected by the strong. The sect leader, who had long been displeased with Lin Ling, spoke up as well. This made the three from the Qi family even more embarrassed. However, they were also angry. They just didn't dare to express it because they were late. Learn from me? He has no hope in his life. I'm respected by the Tantric sect, but he can only stay in the stable. We're not even on the same level. Gu Mingjun wasn't modest. With his status and strength, he didn't need to be modest in front of Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a strong wind blew. Slap. A crisp slap landed on Gu Mingjun's face. In front of the seat, a furious figure stood there. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were ready to devour anyone. It was Yun Shangqing. This caused everyone to be stunned and even a little panicked. Most importantly, they had just finished talking about how Gu Mingjun was valued by the big shot while Lin Ling could only live in the stable. However, in the next moment, the big shot gave Gu Mingjun a slap in the face. This gap was too shocking. Fuck you, your mouth stinks. Did you eat dog shit? Yun Shangqing glared furiously at Gu Mingjun and slapped him again. But the crisp sound of the slap stunned Gu Mingjun. He asked nervously, "Senior Brother Yun, what's going on?" "What's wrong? Your mouth stinks. I'm going to wake you up. Hurry up and apologize to Senior Brother Lin." "No, Junior Brother Lin." Yun Shangqing raised his hand and pretended to hit. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling was calm. This made him tremble with fear. Lin Ling's identity and strength were like an eagle in the sky to him, and he was like a toad on the ground. In other words, if he angered Senior Brother Lin today and Senior Brother Lin killed him, his sect wouldn't even dare to fart. Even his father, the sect leader, might come out and say, "Good job." Such a big shot wasn't someone he could provoke. Junior Brother Lin, he doesn't know how to speak properly. I apologize on his behalf. Seeing that Gu Mingjun was still in a daze, Yun Shangqing didn't dare to slight him. He took the lead and bowed to Lin Ling. Lin Ling revealed a strange smile. He didn't know Yun Shangqing, but he guessed that the other party knew his identity. Therefore, he nodded and didn't want to say anything more. Although he could announce his identity and make the people around him fear and respect him, he didn't need to explain anything to a group of ants. Or rather, he didn't like arguing with a toad. Seeing Lin Ling nod, Yun Shangqing felt as if a huge rock had been lifted off his chest. He knew that Lin Ling didn't care about this matter anymore. Then, he realized that his back was already soaked in sweat. However, his gaze quickly landed on Gu Mingjun and he kicked him. "Get the fuck out of here." Bang. Crackle crackle. In front of the various sects, Gu Mingjun was brutally beaten up. Moreover, Yun Shangqing was afraid that Lin Ling would vent his anger on him, so he beat him up extremely ruthlessly. Isn't Gu Mingjun going to enter the 10 great sects? Bang! I thought that he was highly respected by the big shots, but now it seems that his treatment is even worse than ours. Bang! Everyone in the hall was confused at this moment. Only Qishir and the sect leader of the illusionary god sect frowned as they looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head and strode out of the hall. As he left, other than a few people, no one paid any attention to Lin Ling. Everyone's gaze was still locked on Gu Mingjun, not understanding what was going on. On the other hand, Yun Shangqing glanced around and seemed to have guessed something. He shouted angrily at the crowd, "Lower your heads and eat. I'll beat whoever doesn't eat to death." After he finished speaking, he strode out as well. "Little friend Yun, what does senior brother Lin look like?" An elder from a sect asked anxiously. "How can ants like you know what senior brother Lin looks like? Let me tell you, the peak of the spirit state will belong to senior brother Lin in the future." Yun Shangqing snorted coldly and disappeared from the hall. The hall instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Moreover, when they saw Gu Mingjuan's bruised and swollen face, they sympathized with him. Why was this guy suddenly beaten up for nothing? Did he say something wrong? "Why did you beat me?" At this moment, Gu Mingjun crawled up, his heart filled with anger and frustration. Especially the strange gazes around him, he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Of course, he was still confused as to why Yun Shangqing suddenly scolded him. Could it be? He suddenly thought of Lin Ling previously. When he was mocking Lin Ling, Yun Shangqing appeared and beat him up without saying a word. This meant that Yun Shangqing was definitely related to junior brother Lin. Junior brother Lin. Thinking of this, Gu Mingjun roared in his heart. He thought to himself, "I won't let this matter rest. Don't think that you can ride on my head just because you have senior brother Yun's protection. I'll make you understand that I know more people than you in the top 10 sects." Among the crowd, other than Qi Shi, Yimingrua's beautiful eyes flickered. Could it be that junior brother Lin is hiding some secret? Otherwise, senior brother Yun wouldn't have followed him so closely after he left. At this moment, in a green bamboo forest outside the hall, a slender figure was walking slowly. He plucked a bamboo leaf and placed it in his mouth, savoring the faint taste of the leaf. "Why didn't I tell you my background before?" Then that person muttered to himself. He was Lin Ling. Senior brother Lin. A figure ran over quickly from afar. He was Yun Shangqing. He glanced at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling was looking at him with a faint smile. That gaze made his heart tremble, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chapter 3082. A leaf blinds one's eyes, and one can't see Mount Tai. Yun Shangqing was indeed smart. He guessed that Lin Ling had his reasons for going on a patrol in disguise, so he didn't dare to disrupt his plan. "You're smart." "That's right. I'm in the Illusion God sect for a cultivation technique." Lin Ling nodded. "Cultivation technique?" "Senior brother Lin, just say the word, and I'll snatch it back for you," Yun Shangqing hurriedly said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's gaze looked straight at him, causing Yun Shangqing's heart to tremble once again. He subconsciously lowered his head. However, Lin Ling also said, "Do you think that I am someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong? Or do you think I'm hiding my identity for fun?" "Senior brother Lin, you're indeed a man of principle." Hearing this, Yun Shangqing finally understood Lin Ling's thoughts. One had to admit that Lin Ling was different from the other top geniuses of the Spirit Province. He didn't tyrannically rob the Illusion God sect just because it was weak. Instead, he gave the weak enough respect and treated them with sincerity. Yun Shangqing continued, "Oh right, senior brother Lin seems to be living in the stables. I'll get someone to change his residence." "Get a first-class residence? What do you think, senior brother Lin?" "That's good too. Let the Qi family members live more comfortably. Also, senior brother Lin, can you do me a favor? If it's within my power, I'll promise you. But let's talk about it after this matter is over." "Okay." After chatting for a while, Yun Shangqing left excitedly. Lin Ling's status in the Tantric sect was only below the 4 heavenly kings. With Lin Ling's protection, Yun Shangqing could do whatever he wanted in the Tantric sect. "I'm too lucky, too lucky. The entire Spirit Province is looking for senior brother Lin, and I'm the first to find him." As he left, Yun Shangqing's face was full of smiles. He was so happy that he almost flew into the sky and danced for 3 days and 3 nights. Of course, while he was excited, he was also hesitating whether he should inform the Tantric sect. However, he was also afraid of disrupting Lin Ling's plans. This made him feel conflicted. At this moment, in the bamboo forest, Lin Ling was still chewing on a bamboo leaf. He didn't expect himself to be so famous in the Spirit Province. It had to be said that in the past, he had spent a lot of time in the Qing state before finally becoming famous in the Qing state. But now, he seemed to have become famous in the spirit state in such a short period of time. Moreover, it was the entire spirit state, not just the tantric sect. Have you heard enough? Lin Ling spat out the bamboo leaf in his mouth and said calmly. A figure suddenly walked out from the bamboo forest. It was a good-looking woman. She was Yimingruo. Previously, she had secretly followed Yun Shangqing because she had guessed that Yun Shangqing must have come to find junior martial brother Lin. And the result was indeed so. Seeing the surprise on Yimingruo's face, Lin Ling said faintly, "Don't think that I didn't notice you. In fact, Yun Shangqing and I have already noticed you. The reason why we didn't pay attention to you was that you weren't qualified for us to pay attention to you." "Junior brother Lin, who are you?" Looking at the mysterious man in front of her, Yimingruo felt that he was shrouded in a mysterious light. Although she followed him secretly, she arrived later. She didn't hear what Lin Ling said. She only saw that senior brother Yun was grateful to Lin Ling and asked Lin Ling to help him. This made her think of all kinds of possibilities. In the end, she thought that Lin Ling had a magical treasure and Yun Shangqing needed it. Therefore, he asked Lin Ling for help. Other than this conjecture, she really couldn't think of anything special about Lin Ling. "I'll give you a chance. From now on, stay by Qi Yang's side. It's beneficial for you." Lin Ling didn't answer Yimingruo. He knew that Qi Yang liked Yimingruo a lot. "What right do you have to say that?" Yimingruo narrowed her eyes and said, "What right do I have to say that?" Lin Ling looked straight at her. "Because I'm someone who just came to the Spirit Province and defeated all the geniuses of the top 10 sects. Someone who dared to reject the most beautiful woman of the Tantric sect, Long Yang. Someone who defeated the most powerful genius of the Tantric sect as a martial immortal. Someone who can shake the entire Spirit Province with a single move. Is that enough?" Yimingruo was stunned. She knew who Lin Ling was talking about. She frowned and said, "You're the legendary senior brother Lin?" Lin Ling's face was calm. He didn't say anything, which meant that he agreed. "Ha, that's a nice way to put it. If you're senior brother Lin, then I'm the most beautiful woman of the top 10 sects, Longyang." Yimingruo was stunned for a whole incense stick's time before she mocked. Senior brother Lin was the most important genius of the Tantric sect. He was a talent that countless sects in the Spirit Province looked up to. How could such a person appear in the Illusion God sect? Even the top 10 sects didn't have the qualifications to have such a peerless genius. Seeing that, Lin Ling smiled and turned around to leave. He knew that when someone didn't believe him, then no matter how he explained, it would be useless. Moreover, he didn't bother to explain anything to Yimingruo. He had given her a chance, but she didn't cherish it. Then she couldn't blame him. "Lin Ling, I know that you've rejected my request. I hope that you won't regret it in the future." Lin Ling's figure slowly disappeared. At the same time, his voice floated out. "Pa, you only have some treasures that senior brother Yun values. Do you really think that you're that important? Let me tell you, I've seen many experts of the Tantric sect. I also know that senior brother Gu Mingjun once saved a genius of the Tantric sect. You can't compare to them." Yimingruo coldly snorted and said. The disdain in her eyes deepened. Lin Ling didn't waste any words. His faint laughter spread throughout the bamboo forest. "One leaf blinds one's eyes, one can't see Mount Tai. 2 beans cover one's ears, one can't hear thunder. Pa." This sentence was obviously mocking Yimingruo for being short-sighted and ignorant. This undoubtedly made Yimingruo clench her teeth in anger. "How boring. Pa." After leaving the bamboo forest, Lin Ling walked forward slowly. At the same time, he thought of Yu Yu and the others. However, the illusion god's true inheritance was right in front of him. He didn't lack time. The people in the hall had already left, so Lin Ling returned to his original residence. However, there were already a few geniuses there. They were extremely polite to the 3 people from the Qi family. "Seniors, please follow me. Senior brother Yun has instructed you to stay in the first-class residence." "Pa, we're going to the first-class residence?" This must be fake. Pa! The three people from the Qi family were obviously very flattered. It was said that the first-class residents had many kinds of barriers. Cultivating there would be twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, no one from the major sects was qualified to stay there. Only the people from the 10 great sects were qualified to stay there. Therefore, it was no wonder that they didn't believe it. It's true. Seniors, you only need to follow us, and then you'll know everything. Pa! The geniuses bowed and saluted, as if they were afraid that the three people from the Qi family didn't believe them. Father, what should we do? Yes. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be joking, Qiyu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Perhaps the people they want to invite aren't us. There must be some misunderstanding. It's better to be careful. Yes. However, Qi Shi was relatively calm. He was clear about his own abilities. It's okay. Let's go with them. Yes. Chapter 3083. Remain calm in the face of trouble and achieve the great Tao. Lin Ling also looked at the geniuses and asked, Are you inviting Qi Shi, Qi Yang, and Qi Yu? Yes. The geniuses saw that Lin Ling was neither arrogant nor humble, and his calm demeanor was much better than the three Qi brothers. They quickly nodded and said, That's right, it's them. Yes. That's right, those three are the ones you want to invite. Yes. Lin Ling nodded and smiled at the three Qi brothers. Hey, it's true. I've been curious about the first-class residence for a long time. I can finally see it. Yes. Qi Yu's personality was simple, and she immediately let out an excited voice. Hee, if the Illusion God sect knows that we're going to a first-class residence, they'll be jealous to death. And that Gu Mingjun, let's see if he still has the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. Qi Yang was also incomparably excited. Only Qi Shi looked deeply at Lin Ling, as if he had guessed something. Soon after, they followed the geniuses. Along the way, they also saw the people from the Illusion God sect. Those people looked at the three Qi brothers strangely. How strange, they're so happy to stay in the stable. Are they crazy? Yes. Maybe they're used to the smell of horse dung. I'm too lazy to care about them. Let's hurry back to our residence. I heard that the martial arts exchange will start tomorrow, and we'll be leaving the day after tomorrow. If we don't cultivate now, we'll be wasting a rare residence. Yes. The people from the Illusion God sect clearly looked down on the three Qi brothers. They swaggered forward. Seeing this, the Qi siblings became angry. Qi Yu suddenly asked, Senior brothers, are we going to a second-class residence? Yes. Junior sister, senior brother Yun has already warned us that it's a first-class residence, not a second-class residence. Yes. The geniuses turned their heads and laughed. Then can we stay in a second-class residence? Qi Yu asked again. Junior sister, please don't play with us. We've already prepared a residence for you, and you can take any pill you want. If you can't refine it, you can still take it away. Now that you're rejecting us, how can we report this to senior brother Yun? Yes. Those people immediately said with a wry smile. Very well, then we'll reluctantly go to the first-class ward. I hope there are enough wards there. Otherwise, we'll go back to the stables. We're used to it anyway. Qi Yu shrugged helplessly. Next, they casually walked past the people from the Illusion God sect. As for the disciples of the Illusion God sect, they were all dumbfounded. A first-class residence? It was said that there were hundreds of millions of barriers. Moreover, Qi Yu actually rejected such a rare cultivation cave? Sixth junior brother, give me a slap. I want to know if I'm dreaming. Senior martial brother, there's no need to give it to me. Let's not talk about the others, just take those geniuses as an example. They are real geniuses from the 10 great sects, they can't be faked. Could it be? Senior brother Gu isn't the one receiving the best treatment in the Illusion God sect, but the three from the Qi family. Those people continued to speak as they ran back. They wanted to tell the entire Illusion God sect about this sensational news. At this moment, in a corner of the palace, the experts from the 10 great sects were having a martial arts exchange. One of them had a flicker in his eyes. After knowing that Lin Ling and the others had been arranged, he finally relaxed. However, When he saw the sect masters talking to the other sects, he immediately hesitated. This caused him to remain silent throughout the entire exchange. When the exchange ended, the sect master walked over with a frown. Qing, I see that you're absent-minded. Did something happen? Also, tonight's exchange between the 10 great sects isn't like tomorrow's exchange between the sects of the Spirit Province. It's not good for you to neglect those seniors. Father, Yun Shangqing wanted to say something, but he seemed to be afraid. Yun Shangqing's father was also a sect master, so the sect master's expression became serious. How can a man be so hesitant? Also, you're about to step into the half-step sage realm. You're a sage. If you're so flustered, how can you talk about martial arts? How can you talk about spreading the aura of a sage and being worshipped by everyone? Father, I was wrong. Yun Shangqing took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Finally, he regained his usual calmness and composure. That's more or less it. Remember, don't panic when something happens. That's the only way to achieve greatness. The sect master took a sip of tea and said, Speak, what made you so distracted? Father, I shouldn't have said this, but I felt that there was a big change in the tantric sect. They're looking for someone, so I decided to say it. Yun Shangqing thought for a moment and said seriously, I saw senior brother Lin. Which senior brother Lin? Lin Ling, the disciple of one of the 4 heavenly kings. Bang! The teacup in the sect master's hand shattered. He was so frightened that he fell down from the table with a face full of panic. This made Yun Shangqing's pupils dilate. His father had just said that only by being calm when something happens could one achieve greatness. However, his father was clearly shocked. Qing, why didn't you say this earlier? But senior brother Lin seemed to have his own reasons for staying in the illusionary sect. I was afraid that if I disrupted his plans, he would vent his anger on me. Did you know? The tantric sect spread the news that Lin Ling was chased by powerful people on his way back to the spirit state. This made the 4 heavenly kings worried to death. They couldn't wait to find their disciple. Later, even the tantric sect was alerted. They almost sent all of their forces to the green state to find Lin Ling. After that, Lin Ling suddenly sent a message to everyone and told them that he had returned to the spirit state. Only then did the tantric sect stop their plan. The tantric sect reacted so strongly? What do you think? Lin Ling is the disciple of one of the 4 heavenly kings. In the spirit state, he's only below the tantric sect's lord and the 4 heavenly kings. Father, what do we do now? At least you didn't ruin the plan. Inform the tantric sect about this. I think Lin Ling isn't a petty person. He probably won't blame you. On the contrary, you've made a great contribution to the tantric sect. It's possible that you'll become a genius of the tantric sect. That's great. Senior brother Lin is my savior. After talking for a while, Yun Shangqing was extremely excited. You'd better build a good relationship with Lin Ling. In time, you'll be able to do whatever you want in the spirit state. At least half of the spirit state won't dare to provoke you. Yes, father. The father and son talked in secret. They were afraid that the news would spread and the credit would be taken away by others. However, the more they talked, the more excited they became. At this moment, Lin Ling followed the group and arrived at the residence of the first-class barrier. Here, the immortal aura was ethereal and the spiritual energy was extremely dense. Spiritual flowers and herbs were everywhere, making one feel as if they had arrived in a paradise. So this is the first-class barrier. It's really extraordinary. It's twice as good as the stable. It's not just twice as good. I can feel my soul power increasing too. It's 100 times better. Look at the free pills around. They're all priceless. Chapter 3084. Obtain the illusion god true inheritance. However, Lin Ling shook his head, glanced around and said in disdain, this is a first-grade barrier residence? It really doesn't live up to its reputation. If Lin Ling had the materials to set up the barrier, he could set it up even better. Therefore, he didn't care about it at all. What's more, compared to the tantric sect's simple mountain, this place was like a firefly compared to the moon. On the side, Qi Shi's eyes narrowed. He looked at his children who were about to go crazy with joy, then looked at the calm Lin Ling. He couldn't help but smile helplessly. The difference in their reactions was too big. Junior brother Lin, you're probably not an ordinary person. Putting away his thoughts, Qi Shi turned to look at Lin Ling, recalling the scene in the hall and the treatment in front of him. He could guess what was going on. Senior brother Qi, when did I say that I'm an ordinary person? Lin Ling looked at Qi Shi and smiled. Sigh, it seems that I've underestimated you. You must have stayed in the Illusion God sect for the Illusion God true inheritance. However, your sincerity has moved me. Qi Shi also looked at Lin Ling. He guessed that Lin Ling's background was definitely not small. However, Lin Ling was never arrogant towards them. Apart from the occasional boasting, he was usually very approachable. Such sincerity naturally made Qi Shi very moved. I'll pass you the Illusion God true inheritance that you want now. After pondering for a moment, Qi Shi finally spoke, causing Lin Ling to smile. Didn't you say that you would give it to me after the martial arts exchange? In the past, I wanted to test you a little, but now I feel that there's no need. Most importantly, the Illusion God true inheritance will be buried in our hands. Instead, it will shine in your hands. Therefore, I want to ask you for a favor. Qi Shi enunciated each word clearly. Don't worry, I'll let it shock the entire spirit state. Lin Ling nodded solemnly. Then, an ancient jade slip appeared in Qi Shi's hand and he handed it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling checked it and found that the jade slip was blank. This caused him to raise his head in confusion. Take a closer look. Qi Shi's smile became somewhat mysterious. Hearing that, Lin Ling checked the jade slip again. He immediately discovered that there was a world in the jade slip. There were cities, people, flowers, and living creatures in it. Most importantly, the world in the jade scroll was a real existence. It was even larger than the interface, as if it was a new JoJo. So powerful. To store the primordial chaos in a jade slip, this is the work of a deity. Lin Ling let out a cry of surprise, but his brows soon furrowed. That's not right. The 9 prefectures were created by the deities, and it's also the only one. It's impossible for a jade scroll to contain the entire 9 prefectures. Junior brother Lin, I've realized that your perception is truly terrifying. When I first obtained this jade slip, I was deceived for a full 100 years. Hearing this, Qi Shi smiled. Look up at the sky, then look at the jade slip again. Alright. Lin Ling quickly retracted his gaze and looked up at the sky. His gaze then landed on the jade slip again. Suddenly, he found that the world within the jade slip had changed again. Countless Lin Lings had appeared, and they were all very lifelike. I understand now. Everything is an illusion, but it's also incomparably real. This is the true inheritance of the Illusion God. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. Correct. The true inheritance of the Illusion God can change the world. Even deities would find it difficult to see through it. Qi Shi's gaze also became heated. At this moment, his body emitted a proud aura. In the Illusion God sect, everyone disdained soul martial arts. However, how could they know how terrifying the true inheritance of the Illusion God was? Think about it. When the Illusion God was used, the 9 prefectures world would appear. This would make the enemy unable to tell whether they were in an illusion or reality. In this way, no matter how strong they were, it would be useless. As expected of the Illusion God's inheritance of one of the 100 great bloodlines, Lin Ling also sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that his persistence during this period of time had not been in vain. Although the true inheritance of the Illusion God has been passed to you, whether or not you can use it to its peak will depend on you. Right, junior brother Lin, can you tell me who you are? Qi Shi looked at Lin Ling and asked. Actually, you should have guessed it. All right. Lin Ling put away the jade slip and smiled. Now that he had obtained the true inheritance of the Illusion God, it wasn't a big deal for Qi Shi to know his identity. Of course, Lin Ling didn't plan on hiding his identity from the beginning. He just didn't want to complicate matters. Actually, we have guessed it. All right. At this moment, even the Qi family siblings walked over. Qi Yu seemed innocent, but her beautiful eyes revealed a light of wisdom. You should be Yun Shangqing's younger brother. All right. Next, the three Qi family members spoke at the same time. Their words made Lin Ling dumbfounded. Yun Shangqing's attitude towards you is clearly different. Therefore, your relationship with him must not be shallow. Yes. And you're a man, so you're definitely not Yun Shangqing's girlfriend. Speculating a little more, we can easily guess that you should be his younger brother. Yes. That's right, junior brother Lin. The three of us seem to stand aloof from worldly affairs, but in reality, we're just hiding our sharpness. We're not idiots. Yes. The light of wisdom in the eyes of the three Qi family members became even more intense. Lin Ling was speechless. He couldn't help but explain, what qualifications does Lin Ling have to be my brother? In fact, I'm the senior brother Lin you speak of, which is Lin Ling. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the three Qi family members were stunned. However, just when Lin Ling thought that they understood the reality, Qi Shi suddenly said, I'm also one of the 4 heavenly kings of Tantra. Yes. Obviously, they didn't think that junior brother Lin was Lin Ling. Because what kind of big shot was Lin Ling? He only appeared in their dreams. In reality, they could only hear his name forever. Lin Ling didn't want to explain anything. When others didn't believe him, no matter how he explained, it was futile. That night, Lin Ling eagerly started cultivating the illusory god True Inheritance. This illusion god True Inheritance was also divided into different levels. The first level, within 100 meters, could transform into a real person. A real person was immortal and indestructible, unbound by the gods, and unable to enter the 6 realms of reincarnation. This was clearly much more powerful than the illusions he had seen in the past. Moreover, when the illusion god True Inheritance was cultivated to the Mahayana realm, it could transform the entire universe. Moreover, the illusions seemed fake, but they seemed real. What a profound soul martial art. After cultivating for a while, Lin Ling said in shock. At this moment, he even suspected that the current 9 prefectures was an illusion. He even suspected that he was real. Perhaps all of this was an illusion. However, he, Lin Ling, was immersed in the illusion. Such a grand Tao cultivation method was indeed endlessly profound. For the entire night, Lin Ling comprehended the illusion god True Inheritance, completely perfecting the first level. It was even more powerful than Qi Yang's cultivation. Although the latter's illusions couldn't be seen as real or fake, they could be blasted apart. This was a huge weakness. However, Lin Ling's wasn't. It was a true immortal and indestructible. With this soul technique, even if I meet an expert, I can escape unscathed. Lin Ling was ecstatic. Right now, he had powerful techniques in the 3 domains of essence, energy, and spirit. Great solar calamity destroying bow. Time and space divine steel. Dragon bone. Scabbard. Mini Kunlun. Chapter 3085. Not qualified. A night of cultivation passed quietly. The next day, as the sun hung high in the sky, the 3 members of the Qi clan hurriedly went to find Lin Ling to participate in today's martial arts exchange. The martial arts exchange this time was hosted by the geniuses of the top 10 sections. To the various sects, it was an extremely grand event. However, to the tantric sect, it was very ordinary. However, when everyone arrived at the vast square, they found that the atmosphere was obviously different. This was because many of the geniuses from the 10 great sects were sitting at the edge of the square. I heard that a big shot is coming today. Yeah, I'm not too sure either, but our sect leader is rushing over right now. Our sect leader is the same. Moreover, I know an expert in the tantric sect. He sent me a voice transmission last night, saying that he had found senior brother Lin. He asked me if I was participating in the martial arts exchange and if I had seen senior brother Lin. I've heard about this too. The geniuses of the 10 great sects who were arrogant in the past did not even dare to speak loudly at this moment. As for the people from the various sects, they were even more so. Each and every one of them was filled with fear and anticipation. Could it be that senior brother Lin was also coming to the martial arts exchange? Some of the better-looking girls were quietly swallowing pills and dressing up to make themselves look more attractive. They hoped that they would be able to win the favor of the genius of Tantra. Of course, if senior brother Lin thinks highly of me, that would be even better. Junior brother Lin, I heard that a big shot is coming. Senior brother Lin seems to be coming too. Didn't you say that senior brother Lin went missing? Beside Lin Ling, Qiyu asked suspiciously after she heard the news. Looks like our luck is pretty good. We're going to meet the strongest cultivators of the spirit state today. Qiyang didn't think too much about it. Instead, he was extremely excited. For example, Lin Ling was in Qingzhou and was suddenly going to meet Emperor Qing today. Therefore, he was naturally looking forward to meeting the man who was famous in the divine land but had never met before. Lin Ling smiled and immediately guessed that Yun Shangqing must have informed the tantric sect. However, Lin Ling didn't mind. He was planning to leave anyway. Moreover, he guessed that Yu, Big Brother, and the others would also come. Your junior brother Lin? At this time, a gaze suddenly turned towards Lin Ling's direction. Among the geniuses from the 10 great sects, someone slowly walked over. Azure Sea Sect's Mist Monarch? Someone with sharp eyes recognized that prodigy. Although that person wasn't as famous as Yun Shangqing, he wasn't someone the great sects could provoke. He shouldn't know junior brother Lin. Why is he walking towards junior brother Lin? Seeing the other party's cold expression, Qiyu started to worry. That's right, I'm junior brother Lin. Or you. Lin Ling also looked at the other party and smiled casually. Ignorant trash, don't think that you can do whatever you want with senior brother Yun's protection. Senior brother Wu isn't even afraid of senior brother Yun. At this moment, another person walked out from the illusionary god sect. It was Gu Mingjun. Many people guessed that the Mist Emperor had been invited by Gu Mingjun. That's right, although senior brother Yun isn't to be underestimated, if we wanted to teach you a lesson, I don't think he would help us just to offend us. Another voice drifted out. It was also a genius from the 10 great sects. The entire square fell silent. All the geniuses were reprimanding junior brother Lin. Everyone felt bad for junior brother Lin. For senior brother Yun's sake, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to Gu Mingjun, and I'll forgive you this time. The Mist Monarch stopped in front of Lin Ling. His long hair fluttered in the wind, making him look extraordinarily mighty. Lin Ling smiled. He originally wanted to use his strength, but when he thought of the tantric experts that were about to arrive, he was too lazy to do so. He said disdainfully, I don't know which sect you're from, but aren't you afraid that your sect master will slap your face for speaking to me like that? Furthermore, even if your sect master was here, he wouldn't dare to speak to me like that. As soon as Lin Ling's voice fell, the whole city was shocked. Even Gu Mingjuan's heart was pounding. Lin Ling offended a genius from the 10 great sections. That was already a huge disaster. In the end, Lin Ling even insulted the sect masters of the 10 great sections. Even a deity wouldn't be able to save junior brother Lin. You're too stubborn. You still won't bow your head in front of the 10 great sections. If they kill you, no one will plead for you. Even Yi Mingrua was shaking her head, but her words were filled with schadenfreude. It's over. Yun Shangqing alone won't be able to save junior brother Lin. The 3 from the Qi family wanted nothing more than to shut Lin Ling's mouth and stop him from speaking nonsense. You're very brave. At that moment, the Mist Monarch was so angry that he laughed. He hadn't met such a stubborn junior in the various sects for a long time. Do you know that with your strength and identity, I can kill you with a single finger? His voice turned cold, letting everyone know that the Mist Monarch was about to explode. Seeing this, Qi Shi quietly took a step forward and pulled Lin Ling. Then, he quickly bowed to the Mist Monarch and said, he doesn't know how to speak. Please don't mind him. I'll teach him a lesson when we get back. Right now, the big shots are coming. That's why I haven't done anything yet. Don't think that I don't dare to teach him a lesson. Hearing this, the Mist Monarch's tone wasn't as cold as before. However, tell him to keep a low profile. There are some people that he can't afford to offend. When we get back, if he offends anyone, he'll have to apologize himself. This made Qi Shi relax. He pulled Lin Ling and wanted to leave the crowd. However, Lin Ling stood there like a pine tree and couldn't be pulled away. You're not qualified. Hearing this, Qi Shi almost fainted from anger. He had finally made the mist monarch vent his anger. Who knew that Lin Ling's words would reignite the flame that had just been extinguished? Heavens, this guy's mouth. I really want to stuff it up. The sect leader of the Illusion God sect was also stunned. Veins popped out on his forehead. Junior brother Lin was very arrogant towards him in the Illusion God sect. He could tolerate it and pretend that he didn't see it. However, when it came to the geniuses of the 10 great sects, could junior brother Lin not be so arrogant? Hee, it's been a long time since I've seen such a death-seeking person. What if I were included? Would I be qualified? The Mist Monarch was obviously about to explode from anger. However, before he could speak, another genius from the 10 great sects spoke up. Obviously, he was also angry at Lin Ling for not knowing what was good for him. Not enough. However, Lin Ling shook his head. What if I were included? Another genius from the 10 great sects spoke up. Still not enough. Lin Ling didn't even look at that person as he spoke honestly. This time, the entire square became even more silent. To the other sects, a junior from the Illusionary God sect was going against the heavens. Even Gu Mingjun almost fell to the ground. He had invited a genius to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but now it seemed that he didn't even need to invite Lin Ling. Lin Ling would trample on all of them. Okay, what if I were included? At this time, a thunderous voice came from afar. A burly young man in the second layer of the half-step Saint realm walked over in a grandiose manner. His appearance caused even the various sect leaders to feel extremely pressured. This was clearly a genius from the Tantric sect. Brother 2, you're back. Chapter 3086. A big shot has arrived. Gu Mingjun was lucky enough to meet a dying young man in a secret realm in the Spirit Province. He saw how powerful the young man was, so he tried his best to save him. In the end, the young man recovered from his injuries and called him brother. Later on, he found out that the young man was a genius of the Tantric sect. He was on the same level as the legendary junior brother Lin. Of course, he wasn't as important as the latter. At that time, he knew that he had hooked up with someone powerful. Therefore, when he knew that Brother 2 had returned from the Cloud Province, he immediately invited him to kill Yun Shangqing's spirit. He wanted to tell Yun Shangqing that he, Gu Mingjun, also knew someone in the Tantric sect. This person looks unfamiliar. I'm afraid he's a genius of the Tantric sect. Such a genius only returns once in 100 years. I didn't expect him to come today. Sigh. The Illusion God sect has provoked a big enemy today. Sigh. The square was also quietly filled with the sounds of discussion. However, when everyone was looking at the aggressive genius of the Tantric sect, a faint voice sounded in their ears. You're not enough. Sigh. Boom. The square seemed to explode. Everyone was shocked, then they became numb. That kid was more than heaven-defying. He was going to kill his way up to the 9 heavens. Gu Mingjun, the geniuses of the 10 great sects, the 3 sons of the Qi family, the sect leader of the Illusion God sect, and everyone else had their mouths agape. That kid offended the geniuses of the 10 great sects. That's one thing, but he didn't even put a genius of the Tantric sect in his eyes? One had to know that the Tantric sect was in the half-saint realm. Many people shook their heads, thinking that junior brother Lin wouldn't live past tomorrow. Sigh, junior brother Lin is dead for sure. I only hope that he doesn't implicate the Illusion God sect. Yimingrua also sighed. She seemed to feel sorry for Lin Ling, but her eyes were filled with schadenfreude. At this moment, the genius of the Tantric sect finally landed on the ground. He stared coldly at Lin Ling. In fact, he was surprised and didn't know what was good for him. He wanted to kill this kid with a slap. Rumble. However, at this moment, the clouds in the distance rolled. A large amount of terrifying aura spread out like a tide, making it difficult for everyone in the square to breathe. The Tantric sect is here. Sigh. It was unknown who let out a cry of surprise, but it made everyone look forward to it even more. Brat, consider yourself lucky. When this martial arts exchange is over, you'll know how to write the word regret. The genius from the Tantric sect swept a cold and indifferent glance at Lin Ling as he spoke with disdain. After speaking, he turned around and strode forward, preparing to welcome the experts from the tantric sect. You don't know what's good for you. You've offended Brother Tuesday. Just wait for someone to collect your corpse. Gu Mingjun sneered and followed Tu Gu. The other 10 geniuses also looked at Lin Ling mockingly, their eyes full of pity. Even the people from the Illusion God sect were the same. Aside from the 3 sons of the Qi clan, everyone else was gloating over Lin Ling's misfortune. Yi Mingru even let out a bell-like laugh as she muttered to herself, as expected of senior brother Lin, the genius who dominates the spirit province and dares to step on everyone. How majestic! Qi Yu frowned. Senior brother Lin? What's senior brother Lin? Someone thinks he's senior brother Lin. Junior sister Qi Yu, you should ask him yourself. Yi Mingru stared at Lin Ling. At this moment, the 3 sons of the Qi clan could hear the sarcasm in Yi Mingru's words. Ha, if he's senior brother Lin, then I'm one of the 4 heavenly kings of the tantric sect. The people from the Illusion God sect were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at a toad. How could this brat have the face to call himself senior brother Lin? Junior brother Lin, did you say those words? Qi Yu couldn't help but ask Lin Ling. I did say those words. I'm senior brother Lin, so there's no need to hide anything. Lin Ling calmly looked at Qi Yu. Qi Yu froze on the spot, her expression as if she had seen a ghost. Junior brother Lin, what kind of situation are you in? You can still brag with a straight face. You don't even blink. I admire you. Before Qi Yu could speak, Qi Yang couldn't help but speak. They sympathized with Lin Ling and wanted to help him. However, the premise was that Lin Ling wasn't so arrogant. Not long ago, he had trampled on all the geniuses, and now he was boasting that he was senior brother Lin. Couldn't he behave himself? Seeing everyone's reaction, Lin Ling shook his head and looked at the distant sky. Rumble. In the distance, thunderous booms could be heard. More and more experts were arriving. Woo-woo. 9 phoenixes were singing and peach blossoms were sprinkling down. The phoenixes were full of beauties. They were from the fairy sect. Rumble. On the ground, more than 1,000 giants were approaching. They were like moving mountains, and on the shoulders of each giant stood a powerful martial artist. On the other side, a huge palace was crashing down like a meteorite. It was earth-shattering. Half of the spirit state was in turmoil. There were countless experts, and the light of the saints shrouded the square. How terrifying! No one didn't cry out in surprise. No one had expected so many great figures to come. Why are they here? I heard that they're here for senior brother Lin. Maybe senior brother Lin is among them. No matter who they're here for, it's the greatest blessing of my life to see so many saints today. Everyone in the square was in high spirits. Some of them were even trembling, and the weaker ones knelt down directly. What a grand scene. I've been in the tantric sect for many years, and this is the first time I've seen so many experts come out in full force. Brother Tu said solemnly with his hands behind his back. He had been shining brightly before, but now he was as dim as an ant. Brother Tu, are they here for senior brother Lin? Gu Mingjun was still in shock. That's right. No one has such charisma except for senior brother Lin. Even I can't compare to senior brother Lin. Brother Tu nodded with admiration in his eyes. That can't be. Brother Tu is a genius of the tantric sect. Have you not fought with him before? Gu Mingjun was shocked. Brother Tu shook his head. I just came back not long ago, so I haven't seen senior brother Lin. However, he has a brother called Sakura, and he's extremely powerful. A month ago, I fought with him and returned with a draw. He's a martial immortal, and his strength is terrifying. Most importantly, I heard that senior brother Lin is even stronger than Sakura. From this, you can see how powerful he is, and why the tantric sect values him so much. Upon hearing this, the 10 great geniuses beside him inhaled a breath of cold air. A peculiar glint flashed across Gu Mingjun's eyes as he expectantly said, Brother Tu, you are a genius of the tantric sect. Senior Lin will definitely give you face. May I know if you can recommend me to meet him? I have the same idea. The other geniuses immediately said excitedly. I'll try my best. Brother 2 nodded slightly, but he also smiled. However, I can't guarantee that he'll meet you. Even I can't guarantee that he'll give me face if I invite him. It's okay, I'll try my best. Chapter 3087. The real senior brother Lin is back. Gu Mingjun was getting more and more excited. If he could get to know senior brother Lin, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the spirit province. He couldn't help but look at junior brother Lin, who had shrunk back into the crowd. The disdainful smile on his face deepened. Junior brother Lin was so arrogant just now. Will he still dare to be so arrogant when he sees senior brother Lin? However, Gu Mingjun guessed that junior brother Lin would definitely not dare to. Look at that girl. She's so beautiful. That's Longyang. Oh my god, she's as beautiful as the rumors say. She's here too. Could it be that she's here for senior brother Lin? Moreover, the sect leaders of the 10 great sects are all here. Those powerhouses are so scary. They're all saints. Could it be that the tantric sect's lord is here too? As time passed, the powerhouses in the sky landed on the ground. The entire plaza was in an uproar. This was because the number of powerhouses that the tantric sect had sent was beyond their imagination. Today is a big day for the tantric sect. After the powerhouses landed, a young man walked out with a smile. It was Yun Shangqing. Previously, he and his father had gone to welcome the powerhouses of the tantric sect. However, he didn't expect the tantric sect to send so many powerhouses. They were all here to welcome senior brother Lin. From this, one could see how important senior brother Lin was. Moreover, he was the host of this banquet. This made him feel very proud, and he felt like he was bringing honor to his ancestors. This was all thanks to senior brother Lin. Senior brother Lin, please come out. The tantric sect is here to welcome you. Yes. After Yun Shangqing's voice fell, the entire plaza subconsciously fell silent. The powerhouses of the spirit province and the other big shots sat with serious expressions. As for the 4 heavenly kings, they smiled. They had finally found Lin Ling and he was fine. This made them feel as if a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts. Second brother has escaped death. I've been worried sick for the past few days. Second sister, you can rest assured. Yes. Among them, Sakura also faintly smiled as he looked at the 2 beauties beside him and said, they were you and you. At that moment, they both smiled and nodded. Senior brother Lin, please come out. Yes. Yun Shangqing's voice became even more agitated as he yelled again. Senior martial brother Lin really came. I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it. I hope he'll look at me. Many of the sects in the square craned their necks. They wanted to see the legendary figure, but they also wanted to be noticed by this figure. Senior martial brother Lin. Even the 3rd son of the Qi clan, Qiyu, had a strange look in his eyes. I'm guessing that he must be very handsome. Sister, don't hope that he'll take a fancy to you. You're not good enough for him. Even though Qi Yang was the elder brother, he still couldn't help but strike a blow. However, Qiyu didn't mind. She also knew that the extravagant hope in her heart was impossible. She smiled and said, to be able to speak to him, or for him to look at me, that would be enough. I would also be able to make all the sects in the south of the spirit province, and even the illusion god sect endlessly jealous. You? A toad lusting after a swan. However, Yimingrua immediately struck a blow. She sprinkled her light and quietly dressed herself up, as if she was anticipating being noticed by senior martial brother Lin. This also made Qi Shi and the sect master of the illusion god sect shake their heads helplessly. This senior martial brother Lin hadn't even arrived yet, but the spirit province was already boiling like boiling water. Apart from the younger generation, he also saw some old women who were close to 50 years old. They were also quietly dressing up. Of course, when they looked around, they also discovered that a person calmly walked out from beside them. It was Lin Ling. Junior martial brother Lin, what are you doing? Qi Shi couldn't help but exclaim. The current situation was different from before. Half of the entire spirit province had arrived. At this crucial moment, junior martial brother Lin shouldn't suddenly do something stupid. Are you crazy? They're looking for Senior Marshal Brother Lin. Do you want to die? Even Yi Mingruo stopped dressing up. Her beautiful eyes were fixated on Lin Ling. They're actually looking for me. Lin Ling didn't even look at the crowd as he strode forward. Junior Marshal Brother Lin. Chi Yu hurriedly stretched out her hand, wanting to pull Lin Ling back. However, it was already too late. This was because Lin Ling had already walked out from the various major sects and became the most dazzling star. At this moment, he was like a ray of light that illuminated the entire spirit province. The square was also deathly silent. Gu Mingjun was tongue-tied. Heavens, was that guy's head smacked by a donkey? Tugu, you've been to the 9 prefectures? Have you ever seen such a person? Another genius said nervously. Tu Ji's eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets. He shook his head blankly. No, but I'm sure that even if we don't do anything, he's dead for sure. He knew very well that the saints of the spirit state all had their own dignity. If they violated their dignity, it would not be as simple as just teaching them a lesson. The result would definitely be death, and even the sect they belonged to would be eradicated. Come back, you beast! Someone from the illusionary god sect almost rushed out, afraid of being implicated by Lin Ling. But at this moment, a smiling voice suddenly sounded, "You're finally back, second brother." Everyone was stunned when they heard that. What did second brother mean? At this moment, another voice sounded. It was as clear as a bell and extremely pleasant to the ears. She was also the number 1 beauty of the tantric sect, Longyang. "You're back, senior brother Lin." Then, laughter sounded at the same time. "Welcome back, senior brother Lin." "Congratulations on your return, senior brother Lin." Those voices were not loud, but they rushed into Gu Mingjuan's ears like waves, leaving them dumbfounded. They even looked at the most powerful people of the tantric sect for help, hoping that those powerful people could give them some answers. Among the powerful people of the tantric sect, an old man who looked like a saint stroked his beard and finally smiled faintly. "Disciple, you're back." His voice was filled with joy, but it was like the realm emperor of the spirit province, announcing it to the world. "Senior brother Lin?" Countless people's eyes almost popped out of their eye sockets. In their eyes, the blue-robed young man had his hands behind his back. His steps were steady as if he had walked from the most inconspicuous corner of the spirit province to the peak of the spirit province. This let them know that the real senior brother Lin had returned. Junior brother Lin? No, he's senior brother Lin? Yi Mingruo could not even speak properly. She felt as if she had encountered the biggest joke in her life. "That's senior brother Lin? Oh my god, I think I've seen him before." "Not only have you seen him before, I've seen him a few times in the illusionary sect." Could it be that senior brother Lin has been with us all this time? The disciples of the various sects were shocked when they realized what was going on. Many of them could not even believe what they were seeing. However, the powerful people of the spirit province should not have misjudged him, right? Therefore, even if they did not believe it, they had to admit it was the truth. "Junior brother Lin, is it really senior brother Lin?" Of course, the ones who were the most shocked were the 3 sons of the Qi family. That was because they had lived with Lin Ling for a few months. "Little sister, the person you've always dreamed of meeting is actually right beside you. Over the past few months, you've not only spoken a single word to him, he's also looked at you more than once." Qi Yang's mouth trembled as he spoke.